welcome everyone to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for November 19th, 2020. Before we ask Ms. Rydell to do a roll call, I'd like to ask Ms. Kokinda to let members of the public know how they can participate with the Planning Commission today.
And thank you, Chair Schwartz. If you wish to, when public comment is open, you are able to raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and that indicates to me that you wish to speak. Please note you only need to click the hand icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down as shown in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And I will repeat these instructions when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Now we'll ask all the commissioners to please turn on your webcams. And we'll go to Ms. Rydell to do a voice roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. Begin the voice roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed. So I know we've had some connectivity issues with Commissioner Reed. I see that he's online, but he might be.
And part of my interruption, I'm actually picking up some audio, and I'm going to ask everybody who's not speaking to please mute themselves, especially if you're calling in by phone. I'm having a hard time. And I think, Commissioner Reed, are you able to hear us at this point? If you could confirm.
Yeah, I just called in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I saw that you dropped offline, so I'm expecting that you'll be joining us by phone today.
I'm gonna see if I can connect through just cellular on my phone and pull up video that way. But regardless, I'll have audio.
Okay, excellent. And just so you know that you might have to, you might have to mute yourself, or like just depending on, you'll have to manage your self muting potentially. All right, thank you so much.
That concludes our roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Now to Ms. DeBusk, please, for preliminary matters. Do we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of X agenda items?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. We have none.
Okay. Do we have any announcements or appeals?
I do not have any announcements or appeals today.
Okay. Let's bring it back to the commission, please. So if you would turn your webcams and have your audio on again. We're now going to go to a review, consideration, and action on the Planning Commission meeting minutes and a resolution relative to November 5th, 2020. And we have that in our packet. I'll take a moment, and Commissioner Reed is joining us by audio at this time. Are there any requested changes, corrections, or otherwise to the November 5th, 2020 meeting minutes? Seeing none and hearing none, would someone like to make a motion to approve as drafted?
I'll move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Any second?
I seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. That was Wiscombe and Lodge. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote on those meeting minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. Begin the roll call vote, and I apologize if you pick up any background noise. The office is a little busier than it normally is today, so we will do the best we can. We'll start with Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed, Commissioner Reed, are you still there?
Commissioner Reed, this is Ellen Kokinda. If it looks like you're self-muted, so if you could unmute and just confirm. It looks, can you test
Can you
out
hear
your-
me?
Now
Yes.
we can. Can you confirm your vote?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Chair Schwartz,
Yes.
that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Now with the webcam still on, commissioners, we're going to go back to Ms. Kokinda to see if there are any members of the public who would like to address the Planning Commission on items not on our agenda today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you wish to speak on items not on the agenda, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. As I mentioned moments ago, you only need to click the hand icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. Right now, I have one hand raised. Anna Marie Gott, I know that she is trying to call in, and Ms. Scott, I've just sent you an audio PIN number that you need to enter in order to participate. Might give her just a moment. In the meantime, I'm going to ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Ellen. To the chair, we did receive written correspondence from Ms. Gott as well. That was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Scott, I've just unmuted you, so it looks like your microphone is live. You should have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. I just wanted to comment on a few things, and really it has to do with process. Recently, there have been a number of projects that have gone before boards that haven't followed a process that is actually required. And I'll give you an example. The sign committee actually had before it a sign for 11 Anacapa this week. There was a very large sign that supposedly had been approved by the ABR during all of their meetings and reviewing the project. But as we know, the ABR does not approve signs. The only people that approve signs are the individuals in the sign committee. These individuals then came up before the board this week. They stated that the ABR had approved a big sign that was already attached to a building, and that they were going to go ahead and get another sign that was going to be facing Anacapa. The crazy thing about it is, you know, not only the fact that the person that agendized the meeting did not understand that the ABR does not approve signs, but there was really seemed to be no thought or consideration when the sign was actually put on the agenda and what the owners really wanted to do. If you had looked at the sign, you would see two very different fonts. You would actually see then two, you know, different names for the same business. There was a huge lit up sign that was proposed at 11 Anacapa. We really don't have any lit up signs, especially ones that would be 120 inches anywhere on Anacapa. So it's really inappropriate, especially because it was adjacent to El Pueblo Viejo. I think that we really need to look at what's happening in our design board meetings and who is agendizing these items, because it seems to be very inappropriate, and it's how a lot of things slip through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Thank you so much. Okay, very good. That is general public comment. And now we're going to come back to the commission. And before we begin our first item, which I'll read into the record, wanted to mention two announcements related to Planning Commissioner participation today. Commissioner Reed is joining us by an alternate location, and so his technology support may be fluctuating. And due to an unanticipated family matter, he is going to stay with us for bike share, but then we'll need to leave prior to the second item commencing. Commissioner Escobedo has been having some webcam functionality issues, and so he may be on and off webcam, but he told me that he will have audio throughout. So we're just going to continue to be patient and bear with all of these virtual technology fluctuations. But with that, let's go to our first item. And so commissioners, you can go ahead and turn off your webcams and audio if you would. This is the bike share stations in the coastal zone. And let me just quickly read this item into the record. It's the application of Robert J. Dayton, Transportation Planning and Parking Manager for the City of Santa Barbara. And so I'll turn it over to staff to let us know of the representatives who are going to both be making the presentation today and also who will be available for questions from the commission following the presentation and public comment. So feel free to turn your webcams and your audio on now, staff.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
Ms. Plummer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be doing the staff presentation, and then Mr. Dayton will be doing the applicant presentation for this project today. All right, I guess we can start. Mr. Bolton, if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the project before you today is a programmatic coastal development permit for bicycle share stations in the coastal zone. This involves groupings of bike docks and or kiosks as part of the bicycle share pilot program. This initial service plan includes locations in the waterfront and downtown neighborhoods, some of which are located in the coastal zone. And this initial phase is to establish the core of the bike share system. The downtown and waterfront areas contain some of the most frequent destinations for the city, and therefore they're critical for the pilot program. While locations of specific bike share stations are identified in the proposal you'll be seeing today, part of the request for the programmatic CDP is to allow for station flexibility based on bike share demand. It's anticipated that locations may need to be adjusted based on real bike share demand once it is implemented. And then if you'll go to the next slide, Mr. Bolton. So this map just shows the project area in the coastal zone. The blue line indicates the boundary for the coastal jurisdiction. The project area involves both the appealable and non-appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone. And I'll go into this a little bit more later on, but the red dots indicate the 10 locations that are currently cited. And then if you'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, so for some background, in May 2019, City Council directed Public Works staff to develop the bicycle share pilot program, essentially allowing for a permitted operator to provide self-service bikes for a maximum of 3 years. By December 2019, the cycle was selected and was issued a permit for operation in the city of Santa Barbara. And then in August and September 2020, so this year, the bike share docking stations were presented to both the Architectural Board of Review and the Historic Landmarks Commission. At that time, a coastal development permit had not been determined to be applicable to the project. The ABR granted project design approval and final approval, making the project compatibility criteria. The bike share stations were also reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission at 3 separate hearings, and ultimately the Historic Landmarks Commission denied approval, expressing concerns that the docking stations did not fit within the historic character of El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District and requesting additional siting information. Subsequently, in October of this year, Public Works staff returned to City Council with a temporary approach to bike share stations along the State Street Promenade, which was accepted by City Council. In addition, at that hearing, City Council found that the public interest for the program supersedes HLC review, given the temporary nature of the pilot program. The pilot program is only for 3 years. So at the end of the pilot program, if a more permanent program were to move forward, that would require Historic Landmarks Commission review of the design. And then if you'll go to the next slide, Mr. Bolton. So this slide and the next one, for that matter, just to give some context for what the bike share stations look like. This is the 3.0 station, which will be the more common station that you'll see. And then Mr. Bolton, if you go to the next slide. This represents the 1.0 station that shows the kiosk. And then you can go to the next slide. So this is the location map. As I mentioned earlier, there are 10 locations that are currently cited in the coastal zone, and they're noted as red dots on the map. Some of them are in the appealable jurisdiction and some are in the non-appealable jurisdiction. I'm not going to go into each and every single one of them because the applicant will do so in their presentation. But just so you know, the ones with an asterisk are cited as potential kiosk locations. And then there are 2 locations, I think it's worth noting, that are outside of the city right of way. The majority of them are in the city right of way, but these 2, one at the harbor pedestrian entrance and the second adjacent to the beachway, are located on city waterfront property. The one at the adjacent to the beachway and sidewalk will involve a small portion of a landscape planter being removed and replaced with concrete. And then as far as determining locations for additional sites, that's really going to depend on consumer demand. These are the locations that they have thus far, but B-Cycle has anticipated that they will need the ability to adjust, add, and subtract bikes depending on demand. So the programmatic CDP would include the ability to move, add, or remove stations depending on where that need actually is. All stations would need to comply with the city's access and parking design standards and bicycle and pedestrian master plan. And no locations are going to be in any sensitive habitat or biologically sensitive areas. Then if we go to the next slide, Mr. Bolton. So this is from the public access chapter of the Coastal LUP that states, while sustaining or increasing economic vitality and quality of life, Santa Barbara should be a city in which alternative forms of transportation and mobility are so available and so attractive that use of an automobile is a choice, not a necessity. You go to the next slide, Mr. Bolton. I wanted to include this map, which is also part of the Coastal LUP. It illustrates bicycle access to and along the coast, facilitated by a network of bike routes, including Class 1 bikeways that are represented in green, Class 2 bikeways that are represented in purple, Class 3, which are red, and the orange is the multi-use beachway. The bicycle share pilot program would provide access to shared bikes along these routes and would increase coastal access for providing bike share to residents as well as visitors to the city of Santa Barbara. If you go to the next slide, Mr. Bolton. So the project is consistent with 2 policies, 3.1-7, which encourages sustainable transportation to the shoreline along the coast and through the coastal zone. And then if you go to the next slide, please. It's also consistent with 3.1-27 to maintain, improve, and maximize sustainable coastal access. A specific example is improving and providing additional bicycling and walking routes and facilities such as public bike racks and lockers for cyclists and seating and resting areas for pedestrians. You go to the next slide, please. In terms of consistency with the Coastal Act, the project is proposed within entirely developed areas consistent with 30250. And it is also consistent with 30251 in that it consists of minimal infrastructure and would be visually compatible with the character of the area, would not significantly impact views to or along the ocean or scenic coastal routes. And then if you'll go to next slide, please. The project qualifies for an exemption under CEQA guidelines section 15301, existing facilities, which allows for the operation, repair, maintenance, permitting, or minor alteration of existing public or private structures involving negligible or no expansion of use. And it specifically identifies the addition of bike facilities, including but not limited to bike parking and bike share facilities. And next slide. So staff's recommendation for the programmatic CDP is that the Planning Commission approve the programmatic coastal development permit to allow bike share stations in the public right-of-way in the coastal zone and make the findings included in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Plummer. Now we'll go to the applicant representative for a presentation. Welcome, Mr. Dayton. How much time do you think you'll need, Mr. Dayton, so we can clock that appropriately with Mr. Bolton standing by?
Hopefully no more than 10 minutes, but 15 sounds great.
Very good.
I'll try to rip through this.
No, don't rip. This is very important. Let's do our thorough jobs here. Thank you.
So Chair Schwartz, Planning Commissioners, it's great to be with you again. This time as an applicant. I was trying to remember when I've been an applicant to the PC before formally and have my name in there, so it's kind of fun. We're here to talk about the bike share system with B-Cycle as has been introduced by Ms. Plummer, and just thank you for that great presentation that she gave ahead of ours, and maybe it'll shorten ours a bit. Next slide, please, Mr. Bolton. We want to just walk you through what's been going on with bike share. And, you know, it really started back in May of last year when you'll recall the scooter phase kind of came up, and we did a micro share, transportation share ordinance that banned scooters actually, and then made a way for bike share, which coincided with some of the new products that you're going to see for B-Cycle that made it possible for Santa Barbara, I believe, to have bike share. So we did in July last year, initiated the bike share pilot program request for applications. We got 3 applications. It was clear that B-Cycle was the best. I'm going to tell you why. So in December of last year, council selected B-Cycle formally, and then we started the review process. Of course, we did that amongst the pandemic, and that was not so fun. Whereas we were supposed to be rolled out in May of this year, obviously we are not in May anymore. As we went through the ABR process, was pretty smooth sailing. Historic Landmarks Commission, I just want to tell you a little bit more than what Ms. Plummer said. You know, one of the things we discovered when we were with that group is that the pandemic really changed things on State Street. And now, as you see, you know, quite to all of our delights, we see a reactivation of State Street because the pandemic has facilitated an acceleration of our economic vitality efforts, in that we closed the street and now we have a lot better activity on the street. And when we went to the HLC with bike share, I don't think that we did a good job of anticipating that change had happened. We were talking to them about permanent locations, when at the same time we were talking to the subcommittee for the council subcommittee for the future of State Street about permanently changing State Street altogether. So taking that cue from HLC and the kind of the awkward position we put them in, we went to council and said, hey, HLC's got a point here. Let's put them in temporarily on State Street. So whereas before we were talking about bolting them down and putting in the brick, you know, the brick fabric of State Street, putting in some foundations, now we're talking about just laying them down in large enough mass that they're not that they're heavy enough that they're not going to be moved with a lighter touch. So very, very temporary, so that when the council comes back to the permanent State Street, the HLC can engage with that at a much different level. So we did that, and that was just recently in October at City Council. Let's go to the next slide. So we're here today to talk, although there's the broader program, which I want you to know, the broader program has 2 phases. The first phase is 125 bikes, 250 docking stations between the waterfront and State Street. And then the second phase is more citywide in other neighborhoods. It would be another 125 bikes and another 250 docking stations. You'll notice that there's a 2-to-1 ratio on docks per bikes. That's so that docks are available when a bike comes. We want to make sure that people have a way to put the bike back. This is a point-to-point service, so you check it out mainly with a membership, and then you go someplace else, and then you dock it again. So it's supposed to be point-to-point. You're not supposed to be doing this bike share program as if it's a bike rental program where you tool the city and come back to the same place. No, this is to get from point to point. So the initial phase is downtown in the core and the waterfront, and then we would start the next phase. B-Cycle would start that as soon as they have put in the first phase. There's a great need for flexibility with the program altogether. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that flexibility. But before I do, let me talk to you. Next slide, Mr. Bolton, is why now? Well, in the past, the dock stations actually weren't that attractive. They had, as you can see here, they have oftentimes advertisements on the side, not very good, too many in my estimation. And then the next slide, when bike share went undocked, it became just a terrific mess. And as a transportation planner, our team was very concerned that we do not want to create a mess in Santa Barbara. Our city is orderly and has very fine architecture. We did not want to have something that would detract from that. So the next slide, when we saw B-Cycle's new, what they call, you'll hear this a lot, 3.0 dock. This is their new 3.0 dock. We knew we had something because this dock can be put with maybe 2 bikes only. It's not very high. You can tell from the picture on the right that it's a little higher than the bicycle tire. It's got a phone. It's got a phone in it. It's got a battery in it, and you can actually check out a bike through your phone out of this dock. It looks kind of like a bike rack. No kiosk involved. So we thought, wow, I think we've got something. I think we can do this in Santa Barbara. And then the next slide is, the bikes were a little too LA-ish when we first saw them. They're designed to last and live in the street, so they have to be bomb-proof. But they just didn't have the feel. And we thought that when we made that comment to B-Cycle, we thought they really responded well. That these are decals. The B-Cycle logo got a lot smaller. And then that basket detail on the basket, it kind of looks like a basket, but it's softer. And then you've got some landscape decal in the back. It just made it all look a little bit more like Santa Barbara. So we've been really pleased with them on that. Next slide, please, Mr. Bolton. When we look at the area we're talking about, we're only talking about the red dot locations from, what we're going to show you today. But as B-Cycle expands and as it becomes, and this is really an if, that's why it's a pilot program. We don't know how successful it's going to be, but if it is wildly successful, then we're going to want to put other locations in other areas that are under this CDP jurisdiction. So although we're asking specifically, and we're showing you specifically these sites, which are the red dots, everything in the blue area of the coastal zone we're proposing the permit would be that we'd have the flexibility to install that in the future, with the caveat that it would be done in the roadway prism in an area that's already disturbed, like it's got on a sidewalk, put it on a sidewalk, or in an area that's paved on a city facility. Those are the areas we're talking about. So we're looking for that flexibility. Next slide, Mr. Bolton. The bicycle master plan. So this is a list of the specific locations, and I'm going to tell you, note the asterisk locations. We got 4 locations that are potential kiosk locations. I want to tell you about those, but that's the close-up, and Ms. Plummer showed you that. Next slide will show the pedestrian master plan and how we're going to honor the separation of pedestrians and travel way. We're not proposing any docks would be in the travel way of a pedestrian, so they're not going to block that area. You might find that someone who's backing their bike out of the dock physically might go into the pedestrian area, but that's it. So they'll be conforming with the pedestrian master plan. Next slide, I want to begin to show you the location specifically. This is on State Street in Mason. You can see the Californian Hotel in the background, and then the Harbor View Annex is right next to this. And roughly, these yellow boxes are roughly the dimensions that they would go into, no bigger. In this location, it would be a potential kiosk location. I'm going to show you what a picture of that looks like later. It's a little bit different than the 3.0 dock. It's a little bit more non-discrete, but I'll show you in the next slide what the 3.0 docks would look like in this location. So just a little Photoshop for you. You can see that they disappear, and this was 6 docks. but this is a really good location. You might remember we had a shuttle stop here right before we did the extension of the plaza. Next slide, please. So this is across the street. This is the Goat Tree area. Another potential location right here on the bricks. Now anything on the bricks, as I mentioned before, would not have a foundation. We're just going to put them on the surface and temporarily put them in place, waiting for when State Street has a capital project where council and HLC can choose more formal locations if bike share does work for our town. Next slide shows you another Photoshop of what those look like. So you can see even in the shadows, they kind of disappear. We put a bike in there, and the one I know it's kind of hard to tell, but that's essentially what they would look like in that location. We go to the next slide. This is actually in the street at this is in front of the train station. So the people coming in and off of the train station would be wanting to get on a bike, maybe go up State Street. So this would be in the street, right at that turnout, fits nicely in there. And then the next slide shows the next location. So this is next to the harbor. You can see the aerial there. So next to the harbor, this is the only location that doesn't have hardscape. So this would be pouring a pad right here. And notice it's off the sidewalk. That 5-foot sidewalk is more of an edge rather than a sidewalk. Most people use the 11-2 sidewalk next to the harbor. This is another location potentially for a kiosk. Go to the next slide, please. This location is in front of the playground and in the Castillo Cabrillo area. The bathhouse is right here, so kind of tucked off the sidewalk under the trees. Another potential location right in here. Next slide. And then this is on Cabrillo, in between Bath and Chapala. This is on the mountainside of Cabrillo. It would be either that location or the other one, depending upon, as we talk to the operator of the hotel, pretty much masked by their hedge. So we tried to select locations that would honor businesses, and we will be working directly with the businesses to make sure that they're comfortable with the locations, that we're not obstructing any local business operations. Next slide. Shows you a little bit down the street or up the street, Cabrillo and Bath, closer to the waterfront parking lot, Harbor Main. And then the next location, if you will, Mr. Bolton. So this one is near Chapala and Cabrillo. And so I'm going to show you a photo sim of a kiosk and what it would look like here. So if we go to the next slide, I'll show you what the kiosk would look like in this place. So that's essentially what the kiosk looks like. The only difference is, and we were just finding this out in the past week, it's actually pretty frustrating, is that the B-Cycle did not show us the one with a solar. They were assuming we'd have power. Of course, we are not going to be able to power any of these with a hard hookup. So the solar would go, and I'm going to show you on the next slide what that will look like, is right to the right of the kiosk I just showed you. You could see in the pencil drawing what the solar panel looks like, and it goes actually pretty high, as high as 11 feet. So we want to hear your comments on that to see if that's okay. We want to get your read on that. Of course, we can be delicate as to where we put them, and perhaps you add a condition also, similar to what council did with downtown, which is very appropriate to just say that, well, there's a pilot program for 3 years and it needs to come back to the PC in 3 years, where we could deal with this if this is a problem. Going to the next slide, just another location. This is on the other side of State Street. So now we're easterly of State Street on Cabrillo at Anacapa. This is on the ocean side. The places we're picking and are out of the pedestrian way, away from parked cars. The ideal location is one that's not in the way and has the least amount of obstruction for views, but also is accessible by the users that we anticipate. Going to the next slide. Actually, just I wanted to also point out that we're being particularly careful of Wheel of Fun, which is a local business here that has a lot of its operations on State Street. And we chose specifically not to operate at the wharf location as a strategy to try to give some distance between B-Cycle and Wheel of Fun down in the waterfront. We want people who come to Santa Barbara to rent bikes to tour around. We want them to use a Wheel of Fun in a bike rental shop. We don't want them to be on our B-Cycle bikes taking up a bike for someone who's going point to point. And B-Cycle feels the same way and has adjusted the cost of people who are just renting for the first time to be cost prohibitive. Their proposal is $7 actually to check it out for a half hour. So we're trying to drive people to the local bike shop. Okay, this one's over by the Bath. This is by the Pavilion over at the end of Milpa Street in Cabrillo. This is on the ocean side.
Mr. Dayton, would it be helpful to have 5 more minutes? This is a very important hearing item for us today.
I'm almost done. I have 2 more slides.
Okay, I don't want you to rush. Okay.
Next slide. So this is what we're here. This is implementing the bicycle master plan to encourage sustainable transportation and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and very rightly so improves coastal access. And the last slide, Madam Chair, is that the Planning Commission, and this is the same one that Ms. Pilar showed you. And we have Sam Fergner, who's the manager of this program from the city. And we have Jessica Grant watching, transportation supervisor. I want to thank both of them for their hard work on this. And then we also have Jesse, the program manager, the local program manager for B-Cycle, if you have any questions for B-Cycle directly.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Dayton. What I'd like to do is first go to public comment, Mr. Dayton. So if you can turn your webcam and audio off, and I'll ask the commissioners to come back online, please, during public comment. Do we have any members of the public who would like to speak with us on this item, Ms. Kokinden?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do. Right now I see 3 hands raised. I'm going to give everyone the instructions. If you wish to comment on this item, please go to your GoToWebinar control panel and click the hand icon. You only need to click it 1 time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. I'm going to call first on Kellum DeForest. I think that you've been trying to raise your hand, and I just want to make sure. It looks like your microphone is live. Kellum DeForest, if you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you very much. I am concerned that this program will detract from the ambience of Cabrillo Boulevard, and of course when it's on State Street it will detract there. I would like to ask, the bicycles, are the racks, do they contain bicycles 24 hours a day? So during the night time when people aren't riding bikes, are all the bikes there in their racks? And how many bicycles are proposed? I just want to say that I think that if the racks could be hidden or set aside from public view, that would be a great help. I think they're too obvious and too busy as they're currently planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeForest.
And then next we have Anna Marie Gott, and after Anna Marie Gott, I'm going to call on Melissa Cunningham. Ms. Gott, I've just unmuted you. Your microphone looks like it's live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
The city granted the approval for the bike stations is not in the sidewalk. It is actually in the street. That's what the city council approved for B-Cycle up and down State Street. There is no such thing as a programmatic coastal development permit. Has anyone looked at that in Title 28? Coastal development permits are site specific. And today you're being told that this kiosk is now 11 feet tall when no one told the ABR, HLC, or the city council about this solar kiosk. The HLC and the ABR grant or deny approval based on individual sites. This plan proposes to move them at any time during this 3-year program. And you don't get any notice. No one has to review anything. And it's basically superseding the purview of the ABR and the HLC. And you do not have the ability to eliminate their review. Right now, due to COVID, we don't even have enough space for people to walk on sidewalks. And I don't understand why we are not proposing these bike stations either to be in the public street, which is the public right-of-way, or in our city parking lot, either down at the waterfront or any other location. There's plenty of room in there, and eliminating 1 or 2 of our parking spaces for this is perfectly appropriate. Take a look at number 3, number 4, number 5, number 9, and number 10 locations. Number 3 is removing the bus turnout at Amtrak. Number 4 says the slab could be 60 feet in length. Number 5, it's a really inappropriate location because we have birds resting in those trees, and they are messy birds. You'll have to immediately move those locations. Number 9 and 10, you can have those locations moved into the parking lot that are adjacent to them, and I am worried about the art fair for number 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
And then Melissa Cunningham. Melissa, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone's live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz and commissioners. Melissa Cunningham, Executive Director of Coast here, and on behalf of the Coalition for Sustainable Transportation and the Santa Barbara Bicycle Coalition, I'd like to state our support for Public Works' request for a programmatical development coastal permit for the B-Cycle bike share docks and stations. It's critical that the docks and stations be located along the waterfront in the coastal zone because that is where much of the bike share usage will occur. Due to the proximity to the train station, the beaches, the harbor, and downtown, locating docks along Cabrillo Boulevard and the nearby streets is essential to the bike share program's myriad of economic, environmental, health, and cultural benefits to our community, to interlink connectivity for users and to greatly increase coastal access. The docking stations have very minimal infrastructure and will not cause any degradation to the environment and are qualified for exemption under CEQA. Staff has identified a number of sites, as you've seen, for the docking stations, and they are asking for a programmatical permit so they can add or subtract or adjust the locations as needed to fill demand. Since this is a pilot program, the flexibility for adaptive management will be key for successful rollout and community adoption. I urge you to grant the programmatical development coastal permit today and let the Public Works staff, along with the folks at B-Cycle, get to work in finally bringing this pilot bike share program to Santa Barbara. Let's not give them any more hurdles to jump through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
And Timmy, if you could go back to the slide, thank you. And I don't see any more hands raised, but I'd like to give the audience just another moment. And in the meantime, ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. We did receive written correspondence on this item, and it was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I don't see any more raised hands, so please back to you.
Okay, thank you. Now it's back to the commission for questions of staff and/or the applicant representatives. And so let's also, if we could have key members of the applicant team come online, please, to be available for commissioner questions. And as we're waiting for them to join us, I want to ask the commissioners to please take your time in referencing certain documents so that we give Mr. Bolton ample time to bring those up on the screen so that we're all looking at the documents together, if in fact it's a document in our package. So we have, let's identify, we have Mr. Dayton, we have Ms. Plummer, we have Ms. Rosenberg, and I think that's it from what I can see on the screen. Which commissioner would like to kick off the question period? Oh, I saw Commissioner Higgins' hand just fly up there. Okay, Commissioner Higgins, you're going to go first, and then Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe Rob, you could explain the programmatic CDP. Is this a kind of a flexibility under the Coastal Act because it's right-of-way related and not tied to a parcel? You're okay doing that, and that's something that's acceptable under the Coastal Act?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Higgin, actually, Ms. Plummer might be the best person to answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton, and to Commissioner Higgins. Yes, we're moving forward with it as a programmatic coastal development permit because the project encompasses the city right-of-way for these locations. And given the temporary nature of the pilot program, they do need flexibility to move it around rather than just a site-specific plan.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins, just to add on to that, staff has had discussions with coastal staff and they were not opposed to that approach.
Okay, cool. I just had never heard of it before. So that's my other question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentations. I think my first question goes to Ms. Plummer's slide showing the proposed typical locations on that slide, which really varies from our packet. I was quite interested in seeing that. It's the slide with all the locations on it with the asterisks, and Mr. Dayton also showed that slide. And the reason why I bring that up is because in our packet, we have 2 kiosks identified in our packet, and on this slide, there are potentially, well, I think this slide is different. Is this, Ms. Plummer, is this your slide? Or is this Mr. Dayton's slide?
That is Mr. Dayton's slide from the project plans, yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. So we have 5. We have 5 identified potential locations for kiosks on this slide. And we had 2 in our packet. So I'm just wondering if you can comment on, for lack of a better word, the discrepancy between the 2.
Oh, okay. And Madam Chair and Vice Chair Wiscombe, the right answer is as little as possible. And so just to let you know, staff's feeling on the kiosks is we don't like them. We would rather not have them at all. B-Cycle says that they're necessary for the people who want to come in and they don't have a membership, because the way this works with the Santa Barbarans is they will have memberships. They get a much better deal if they go to membership. With their membership, they get certain free rides, and so this is a 85 to 90% membership driven program. However, with the people who are coming into town, and we also want tourists to be able to use them, they're saying that tourists will most likely not use them to go point to point, the appropriate use of bike share, unless they have these kiosks where they can actually put in a credit card in the machine and whatnot. So we've asked them to minimize those spots. We believe that there will be 4 locations. I'm not sure. I know where you got the more the asterisks are on more of that, but we're not saying that all of them should have them. We're saying 4. They're primarily in the, near the wharf. I think there was one that over in the harbor, but But the real answer is we prefer there not be a lot of these because they do not have the look and feel that we're trying to get, which we think we accomplished with the 3.0 dock. But you can also have Jesse Rosenberg, you see General Manager of Santa Barbara B-Cycle is on, and you can ask her about that approach as well. But you have staff's feeling.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rosenberg, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Wiscombe. So these kiosks are gonna really serve as a purpose for our equity side. So there might be a couple people that do not have access to a mobile phone. So with some of these kiosks, they can just go in, insert a credit card, get a membership, and then be able to use an RFID card to check out the bike. So with that said, the equity program is really important to us. We've been working with Coast and SB Development on that and, have different memberships for that. But these kiosks really will help that portion and that demographic.
Okay, thank you for that. And while you're on, Ms. Rosenberg, one of the questions that constantly got asked was how tall are the kiosks? So Mr. Dayton says that with the solar, they're 11 feet tall, but they were 9 feet tall. Is that right from what I just saw on the drawings? Because there was no height dimension on any of the drawings we saw.
Yes.
So they go from 9 to 11 feet with the solar. Is that correct?
Correct. But however, so you guys are seeing the 1.0 kiosk. There was also an enrollment kiosk, which is another option, which is solar as well. And that's only 9 feet. So we can use either one. The difference is that with the enrollment kiosk, it's a standalone individual kiosk, and people who don't have a mobile phone can go in, check out a card or get a membership, but the kiosk doesn't allow them to check out the bike. They basically get an RFID card printed from that kiosk, and they use the RFID card to check out the bike on the dock. So that's another option to help with height issues.
So planning commissioners, just so you see what we're looking at that slide, I just want to make sure you understand what she's saying from what I understand. And that is the one that has the cartoon, the woman with the bike helmet, that is the enrollment kiosk, which it's not an exact dimension here. It says approximately 9 feet tall. I'm told with the solar panel on top is an option if you wanted to do that instead of the one that's on the far right. It is the pencil drawing with that's much larger. It's the one in the black one with the plus the solar panel on top. So you actually could choose either option. They just need one that takes the payment on the street.
And do you anticipate having both an enrollment kiosk in one location and a regular one with the solar on top in another?
I mean, we're flexible. I was envisioning, because of some of the comments, that the enrollment kiosks would be the way to go, especially with the height concern. So we would just have enrollment kiosks and the docks. But if you wanted the 1.0 station, we could also do that. And we can do both at the same time because they do all work within our system.
Okay, so so the enrollment kiosk, you put your credit card in, you get a ticket, and then you can check out a bike.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so that eliminates people that don't have use of cell phones or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you for that. And then am I understanding this correctly? And maybe Ms. DeBus can answer this question or Ms. Plummer. This is a programmatic CDP that we are considering today. So does this CDP follow the pilot program from inception to conclusion in 3 years? And then if this becomes permanent, you come back to the PC for another CDP. Is that correct?
Commissioner Wiscombe, As it's written, actually, the conditions of approval do not have any type of sunset for this program. So,
I know they don't. That's
right, so
why
it
I'm
would
asking.
envision the entire program, even beyond pilot. But that is something that you could add as a condition of approval if you would like to
Okay.
see it come back.
Okay, so we definitely have the purview to be able to do that if we want to just limit it to from inception to the end of the 3-year period. Okay, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Busk, for that answer. Okay, and then I wanted to address Ms. Gott's question about, did you look at the parking lots? Because we already have ticket stations in parking lots. Did you look at parking lots for locations for these?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Wiscombe, no, parking lots are for cars. Sidewalks are for people. This is not a place where people get out of their car and get on a bike. So if you want the program to be successful, we would locate them on sidewalks. And
Okay.
I don't, that's the first I've heard that we're putting them, that someone suggested we put them in a parking lot. We've never thought that was important or something that would be successful for the program.
Okay, okay, that's certainly a sufficient answer, okay. And then to address Mr. DeForest's question, what happens when it gets dark outside? These don't have lights on them, so at least I didn't see a light. I saw a basket, but so what happens when it gets dark outside?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Wiscombe, so I guess when you ask the question, it kind of goes, wow, yeah, there's no lights on them. Maybe I'll hit them. These would be located in the same place that any other furniture that's not lighted would be. So for instance, bicycle hitching posts, which are a little bit, almost the same height, newsstands, plantings. So you'll find those all within the furniture zone. That's where these racks would be, or docks would be. So from a walking standpoint, they would not be in the area people would be walking even at night with low lighting. There are street lights on all the streets that would have these, so they would not, they wouldn't be, spotlit by any means, but there is lighting on the street, so you'd be able to see. And then if you started walking in that area, I could see you tripping over one, but you would have to be on your way to the going into the street in all these locations.
So in theory, I could go at midnight and rent one of these. And I'm throwing this out here. This is the true extreme example from someone that cycles and has multiple lights on my bike, but, and I cycle in the dark. So I could rent it at the waterfront, and then I could go up to Mountain Drive with it. Okay.
You could, yes, you could. And
I know
the
it's
bicycles,
expensive.
by the way, the bicycles are lit. So they have lights. They have lights on the front, they have lights on the back, and those are full time. They'd be in the day, they'd be in the night.
Oh, okay, okay. So they are lit. Okay,
are
I didn't
docks-
see any
The
lights,
docks
so,
themselves are not lit.
okay. No, I'm talking about safety on the bikes during dark hours. If someone decides to stray off, State Street or wherever and want to take a tour of the city at midnight. So it's the safety of the person, the rider. So, okay. So that's good. Okay. And then, moving on here, I wanted to go to Allied's letter that was sent to the Planning Commission for this meeting, Allied Neighborhood Association. Mr. Dayton, I'm sure you've read it, and Ms. Plummer, you have. So I'm going to just go to some specific examples. And I'm on page 34 of 58 in our packet, which is the Harbor View Inn. I got to get there. Okay. Now, Allied said this is a good location for a kiosk, and we didn't have the slide with the asterisk on it in our packet that showed all the locations, potential locations for the kiosk. So is this listed as one of them?
It is.
It is, okay. Okay, because it looked to me like it was a good location too. And it was, this looked like a pretty good central point with, stations east and west of it. So that's why I thought, okay. And then on page 36 of 58, we go to the Amtrak station. And I was uncomfortable with this, and the Allied letter was also uncomfortable with this. And what happens when the waterfront shuttle comes back? And is there a better location to put this than in that particular turnout?
So Madam Chair, Vice Chair Wiscombe, so in short, if the shuttle did come back, these are all movable, so that they're movable. We can move it out of the way. If the shuttle comes back, then the shuttle needed to turn out here, we could move it. We're trying to, we have a lease in the railroad station with Wheel of Fun. The other half of the RAA building, as Commissioner Lodge will know about, which is across from the station itself. They're leasing that space for Wheel of Fun rentals. So we're trying to be a really good balance the businesses. The thing that's really important to understand here is that Wheel of Fun, and I know a lot of people are like really pro bike share, they don't care about Wheel of Fun. Wheel of Fun does more than 100,000 bike rides from people visiting a year. 100,000. That is a huge number. That is a lot of bicycling for our community. It's an amazing asset, and the bike share is coming along, and they're getting, the city's getting a bike share program. They're getting free space in the right of way. We don't know. It's for profits, which is great. So B-Cycle wants to make money, which is great. It's not subsidized to the point that they won't make a profit, but it is subsidized in the sense that they are getting that primary spot in the public right of way. So we do not want to compete. We do not want to set up a situation where Wheel of Fun is competing, or B-Cycle is competing with Wheel of Fun, and then somehow they disappear because we took 20% of their rides. This location specifically is trying to stay off the campus of the railway station, such that we get a real point-to-point ride to the railroad station. If Wheel of Fun was not located in the railroad station, we probably would see this location on the platform. We do think that, Derek Bailey, our traffic engineer, is fine with this location. The bike lane actually is a long distance from here. It's got plenty of space for that. And then as the lead in, if the shuttle came back, we would find a different location.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Okay, and then if you go to page 38, and this is again from the Allied letter, but I had exactly the same comment, Cabrillo and Castillo. That to me is just not a good location with the bird droppings, the odor. We've had testimony at, I don't know if we've had it at Planning Commission. We've certainly had it at Parks and Rec Commission that those trees are sacred to a certain type of bird that I can't remember. And that it's just, it seems to me that that's a really, really messy location. And I wonder if you have explored across the street, either at Plaza Del Mar or Pershing Park, a little strip of grass there to move that location. There's a crosswalk there.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Wiscombe, I'm happy to move it. If that's an area you don't like it, we don't have to have that location. There's plenty of options in that area.
Okay, as long as there's options, because I think we do need one kind of at the west end of Cabrillo, but that location is really terrible. I used to run there all the time, and it's really unpleasant. So, including odor. So, yeah, I don't know how my fellow commissioners feel, but I certainly agreed with the Allied letter there. And then on page 39, the Hotel Milo Chad's north of Cabrillo option. They were I think the Allied letter said, have you explored a kiosk there? And I just wondered, is that one of the ones that was asterisked again as a potential? kiosk location?
Near Milo, I don't remember. I don't believe so. But,
Okay.
but we're happy, you know, like if the commission says that, you know, where we'd really like to see the kiosks is, say, on the mountainside versus the ocean side. We can certainly accommodate that and put it on those sides. You know, we're still going to need to, I still want to emphasize here that this permit gives us a lot of freedom, and it's incumbent upon us, as we do on State Street, to work with the business owners specifically and work through so that we don't put something in and then get complaints from the business owner. So, but yes, I'm looking at that site now on my own slides, and I don't believe that was an option that we highlighted, but we have the flexibility to put them anywhere, and we're really looking to your commission for direction.
Okay, so would you can't, I don't think you want the commission to say we'd like them all on the mountainside, or we will issue a CDP if they're all on the mountainside, but you want some flexibility, but we could make a comment to prefer them on the mountainside. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Dayton?
Almost. I think on the kiosk, particularly with the, let's call it the surprise, you know, of the solar panels, like I feel like it's in your hands. We are really looking to the commission on this one. I'm not happy with solar panels really anywhere. If you can give us guidance, that would be great. Like I said, we're trying to do 4. Working with B-Cycle, they think 4 is what they need. And then the other option that Ms. Rosenberg mentioned was having the enrollment kiosk, which is a little different. And then we might ask her, how many of those would you need if we switch to enrollment kiosks, so that the commission and we could have an understanding about where they might go. Remember, the enrollment kiosk is a little bit different in that actually, Mr. Bolton, if you just go to any slide that has a yellow box citing, the enrollment kiosk is kind of a standalone, it takes up 4x4 max. So it's not going to be that much area at all. So, if we decided to go that route, think about that they don't necessarily have to be a big bulk of docks next to them. They just have to be a place where it's recognized that that's where you go sign up for the program that is in Santa Barbara.
And if this would be for Ms. Rosenberg, I think if we went to all enrollment kiosks, so if I signed up for the program in advance, I can just go and take a bike, right? But
Correct.
What you're doing with the enrollment kiosk is really capturing that tourist or that community member who just spur of the moment says, boy, this is what I want to do. Is that, would you say that's the majority of your business?
Absolutely. Yeah. That's the point of the enrollment kiosk. And, some people who haven't experienced bike share before will see these docks and be like, how do I get my hands on one of them, right? Or these bikes. So it's really to bring awareness that there is a bike share program, that there is a process, and that they can instantly get a membership and ride.
Okay. So would you be okay with them all being enrollment kiosks then?
Yes.
Okay. And would that involve, do you think, some signage to tell people where to go, Mr. Dayton, to get to enroll, or?
Ms. Rosenberg?
Yeah, I think we would include some signage on the kiosk. We can do that, absolutely. But I will have to get back to you on more details if you want more information on that.
Okay, or if I just encountered a bike station and it didn't have an enrollment kiosk, which is what we're proposing here for a number of them, where do I go to enroll? That's that type of thing. So this is a slippery slope of information that, might need to be put. And is it possible to put that on one of the docking stations? Is that possible for B-Cycle to put on one of the docking stations that doesn't have an enrollment kiosk a directional indicator to one?
Yes, I believe so. You know, I am actually fairly new to B-Cycle. I started in August, and right when the pandemic hit and right when all of the plans changed. But I can tell you this, Chairman or Commissioner Wiscombe, we are so flexible. Our plans for State Street were all done, like our plans for phase 1 and phase 2 were already done in August. And I kind of came in, and because of all our other HLC approvals, we had to like swap them out and redo and relocate everything. And we did that within a week. So anything's possible. We just want to, you know, make everyone happy and, you know, have bike share with you guys.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. Okay. And then I think my final question is, and it again relates to the Allied letter, is this is on page 43 of 58 of our packet, and this is the Cabrillo West lot. And I was a little concerned about this too. Allied stated that I don't know what slide number that is, but yeah, there it is. Okay. So Allied states that this is a narrow sidewalk, and I would kind of agree. So are you saying that there's 9 feet left, and then but you have to back your bike out, and that takes up what, 4 or 5 feet, right? So, you know, if you have people walking by, there's not a lot of room there. So I'm wondering if there's any alternative to that, that particular, I like the conceptual location by, you know, down by the Cabrillo bathhouse, but I'm a little bit concerned with that specific location for that reason.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Wiscombe, the Cabrillo sidewalk is the widest sidewalk in Santa Barbara by far. So if it doesn't work on this sidewalk, it doesn't work on any sidewalk. I think it is very reasonable to put it somewhere on the sidewalk. The distance also at the other end is very similar. And remember, the standard walking distance for this sidewalk, given the volume, is probably 6, 7. I mean, you don't get the volume. Like if you think about the minimum distance on State Street being 8, where we have serious pedestrian volumes, you know, I wouldn't worry about someone backing out a bike and then, you know, courtesy waiting for someone to pass.
Okay.
But but this can be anywhere that we could put this, but you're going to have the same situation. You know, if you go further down to the driveway, for instance, if you're looking down toward the driveway, or if we turn around behind us and you're in the park, the Cabrillo sidewalk's very consistent in its width.
Okay. Maybe I'm a little bit too COVID sensitive about staying away from people. I just like, you know, give me my 6 feet of room. This is too narrow. So, okay. I think that's really all my questions. I have one more question, and it is a little bit COVID related. What do you do? First of all, when do you plan on implementing this, assuming that you know we approve a programmatic CDP?
Ms. Rosenberg?
So we are in the process of getting everything going, and we hope by the week of Christmas. But if not, the new year in January.
Okay.
So
And are you going to have, and this is a COVID related question, are you going to have a sanitizing station or anything on the kiosk or nearby where, you know, because you've got different people using the bikes? Or is that an individual responsibility?
It is an individual responsibility, but we do have, the bikes are touched. Every bike is pretty much touched every single day, where my team will go out and, you know, swap out the batteries. But when they're there, they will clean off the bikes. So they're in and out of the field all day.
Okay. Okay. So once a day, every
Bikes
bike
are
is
cleaned
cleaned.
daily. Correct.
Oh, okay. That's great.
The other thing that I would point out to the commission, this is, I don't know if this is, it's kind of counterintuitive, but the bike share use across the nation just went off during COVID. I mean, people on these bikes, their trend lines are really steep ever since the pandemic hit. So I think that what's happening is, while we're all locked up and social distancing, people see this as a way for them to have some semblance of life to get out and actually experience on a bike where you're not next to people in a crowd, you're kind of open air. So
Yeah.
that's the balance of the issue.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I was out on my bike this morning at 5 a.m. I must have passed 8 cyclists, and I could not believe it because at the beginning of the pandemic, I saw no one. And now it's like, where are you people coming from? So it's really something. So thank you very much for answering all your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Bonderson, you're next.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Can you hear me okay? Volume's good? Okay. So I wanted to start by continuing a little bit of the discussion regarding potential locations. Has any consideration been given to placing the bike stations off of State Street, just around the corner adjacent, but just off the main pedestrian walkway so that we're not backing out into the main walking path? So it doesn't interfere with the pedestrians?
Yes, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Barneson, yes, we have. In fact, HLC really asked that question again and again and again. So you have two issues. You want the bikes to be where the people are and where the people are going, if you want the system to work. So the destination is State Street. That is the destination. The destination is the waterfront. The destination is in these places that are already heavily trafficked. So that's the first answer. The second answer is off of State Street, some of the narrowest sidewalks in the city are off of State Street on the zero blocks. So you heard Vice Chair Wiscombe's concern about the Cabrillo sidewalk. I mean, we would really be tight if we started trying to put these on the side streets where the sidewalks are so narrow, and we have business doors that are, in parklets and talk about social distancing. Trying to get a bike right when you're eating next to a parklet, someone's eating it's just too much.
And I'm assuming that the points that we're looking at on the map, actually that's on the screen just now, which is in the coastal zone, they are part of a larger circuit that will all be implemented at the same time, correct? And they go all the way up State Street. So my question is actually about State Street, but I think it affects and blends right into this. So I'm going to ask it in this way. In the obvious consideration of the pedestrian areas that are being closed to traffic and parklets being implemented, and there's a lot of design and conversation around the future of this promenade, how do you foresee the congestion and the interest in not further obstructing the walkways with adding these little, stations, including the back out area and the stopping and starting and walking amongst the bikes, just in the station area? What have your considerations been to look at it from a obstruction and trying to reduce the narrowing of the street further and congesting it further?
And you're specifically, Commissioner Bonderson, you're talking about State Street where we're putting them in the street?
Well, are they going, that was my question actually, are they going on the sidewalk where we currently
out of the coastal zone and in the plaza, they're going in the street. And we really felt like we put the HLC in a bad position by coming to them with sidewalk locations when the street had shifted so much since council approved the bike share program. And so working with Ms. Plummer, I think we got a really good solution by taking it back to council and giving them the direction, or the recommendation is, HLC's got a great point. Let's just put them in the street temporarily until council and the subcommittee have figured out what they want to do on State Street, listening to the AIA and all the community members, and then take a design that's really been processed well, that may have bike share in it, to the HLC for their review so they can really understand it better. So yeah, they are in the street, up in the plaza.
I really appreciate you clarifying that for me. That wasn't 100% clear. And also, just to kind of wrap up the location thought here, I found Ms. Gott's comments to be interesting regarding the parking lots, and I know you've already addressed it a couple times, but how are these particular locations that you have selected at this time, how are these chosen?
These locations are chosen based on where people want to go. So in working with B-Cycle, the first phase, so this is the first phase, 125 bikes, 250 docks between State Street and the waterfront, are the locations we think will get used the most in the city. And that's why phase one, put your first foot forward and get a really good, solid start to the program with some good use. That way, B-Cycle and the city can gauge the success of phase two and of the total program. If it's not working where everyone's already going in high numbers, it's probably not going to work for the city. So that's why these locations.
Great. And these locations that are now up for discussion on the screen that are in the coastal zone, these have all been identified today as remaining on the sidewalk. None of these are going to be into the street, correct?
With exception, yes. With exception, Commissioner Bonderson, of the one that's in the turnout pocket in front of the station.
At the train station. So what I heard you say earlier was that when the parking lot idea came up, was that parking lots are for parking cars. And well, the way I see it is that sidewalks are for people to walk. So have we given any thought to really designating a parking lot for bicycles, whether that might be a parking spot that's clearly separated and designated in a parking lot for cars that could be dedicated fully to a bike and get these moments where you're transitioning on and off a bike and figuring out how to pay and so on to happen off of the sidewalk?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonderson. So the way I would answer that is where a vehicle wants to park, where a motorist wants to park the most is right in front of the business. And they only go to parking lots when we make them. So even people in cars want to park right in front of the business all the time. People on cyclists are the same people who drive. They want to be right in front of the business. And one of the things that we make advantageous about bicycling as a community that wants to promote that. And why do we want to do that? We don't like greenhouse gas emissions. We want a lighter footprint. We want to reduce traffic. All the things that Santa Barbara doesn't want, bicycles tend to solve. We want to have them be able to park right in front of businesses so that they have the preeminent location. They're given the point-to-point service instead of going, a block away with other bikes. The other thing is people are, just with B-Cycle and bikes, people want to see their bike. So these docking stations need to be where eyes are, right in front of businesses, and not off in a place where they can be hidden and from PD or from other walkers and be tweaked on. Or that's the street term for stolen parts.
For me, it sounds, and this is not a negative, but I want to say it sounds like a lot of these studies are very highly focused on how to market to a bicyclist. Has there been a lot of comparative analysis that's taken place to understand how prioritizing the bicyclist maybe reduces the comfort or safety or desire of a pedestrian to be in that shared space?
I wouldn't say we've commissioned a study, but what I would propose to you is the sidewalk is used for many things right now for a lot of people eating. The furniture zone on a sidewalk, which is defined in the pedestrian master plan, has bike parking in it as a part of its design.
Yes, of course.
These docks are bike racks.
Okay. Can we go back to the image? I believe it was option 10. It was Cabrillo's West lot. Vice Chair Wiscombe ended her questions with this image, and I wanted to ask a specific question. I understand exactly where you're going and how you're answering my questions makes sense, and I'm curious to know if there's any wiggle room for compromise for special locations such as this. So this one doesn't have a business right in front of it, and it doesn't seem like it's very competitive for any type of use, but we have the parking lot adjacent to the sidewalk here. So I was curious to know if in a location such as this, and there may not be very many of these kinds of locations, But in a location where we do have this type of option, can one parking spot that's literally adjacent to the sidewalk become a platform for one of these bike stations?
Oh, interesting question. Actually, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Barnes, and I'd have to turn to Ms. Plummer and Mr. Buss to answer that question, because we do have a coastal policy that we're not allowed to remove any parking spaces in the coastal zone. So I don't know if they would give me permission to do that.
That's a valid answer right there in itself. Does anyone want to take it on and clear the subject completely for us?
Commissioner Bonderson, I'll give it a try. We do have coastal policies that talk about parking spaces in key waterfront parking areas, and this is one of them. So we would absolutely need to look at how many spaces were displaced. If it were one, I don't think that would trigger a coastal development permit on its own. But there are other factors involved. These parking spaces are serve an existing use. And so the number of spaces is based on the demand at that lot. However, we do have some zoning policies also that talk about the ability to replace parking spaces with bike parking, because the thought is that the more people that are riding bikes, the fewer parking spaces that we would need. So there is a little bit of flexibility, but as Mr. Dayton said, it is not a lot.
And Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, if I also may add, many of these waterfront parking lots are held in our Tideland Trust for the benefit of the public. And so if we take away revenue, we'd have to figure out, even if it's one spot, of how we replace that revenue generating parking spot.
All of those answers compiled make excellent sense. And if you don't mind, I'm going to ask one more. It might actually go back to Ms. DeBusk as from a planning perspective, or Mr. Dayton, you might just know the answer off the cuff. We obviously have planters as well. And I know that looking at the work that's being proposed on State Street for the promenade, some of these planters will be shifted around and ultimately, hopefully replaced. Have you ever given any consideration to getting right off the sidewalk by putting a platform into a landscaped area? Is that even an option in the coastal zone?
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonderson, so I would answer this a different way. So the picture you're looking at is the widest portion of the sidewalk without any planters in it. So if you walk behind us, there's a planter that's 3 feet wide and narrows the sidewalk. So I would imagine those planters you think about covering those, but I would just ask, why wouldn't we put it where there is no planter and not have to cover the planter? And then you kind of back to your other question about where's the business front for this one. On the other side of the street is a host of hotels. East Beach Hotel Lodging there's a lot of people who would use this particular location. So they're all looking at it across the street. Visibility is key. But again, it doesn't have to be here. It could be down the street at, I think it's Corona Del Mar, or forgetting the next street, it's not Corona Del Mar, but the next street down. We couldn't put it on the Beachway side because it's actually less wide than the sidewalk. The sidewalk is here is very, very wide. So we're just looking for where there's room. It's 9 feet is super generous as a sidewalk down there, and it won't be obstructing the sidewalk. Covering planters, it might be, I don't know if that's a different permit or adding a permit to actually take away planting or what we have to do. It certainly would cost more because of the irrigation changes.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton. I'm not necessarily against this location or having it moved up the street. It was more for different hypothetical considerations of, the concerns that seem to come up for a lot of us is why are we obstructing the sidewalk if there's other options? And perhaps there are good answers to why there aren't really other options. So I just wanted to hear that out loud. I wanted to also talk a little bit about understanding sort of what conditions are being developed to provide more clear bicycle rules, basically for, etiquette while we are adding bicycles at this time. There's going to be an increase, positively working towards increasing bicycle use. Will there be rules and enforcement ideas that will be implemented along with the introduction of this increase? And how have you guys been looking at that? Has it been part of this discussion, or is it sort of the next phase?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonderson, the short answer is no. Generally, with higher bicycle populations, you get more careful drivers. With less bicycle riders. If you're a motorist and you're not anticipating cyclists, then you're less cautious. So we can anticipate if in fact, and we've seen a huge uptick in ridership recently. Incidentally, the e-bike population in this town is exploding right now. And then we're implementing all of our Vision Zero policies as best we can with the budget we have. So that does have some rules and stuff. And that, as a matter of fact, PD this last weekend did do a high profile enforcement of bicycle violations this last weekend. So we do have those, and PD is doing that. We're not changing the strategy based on the upticks though.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say that I'm really pleased to hear that there was some enforcement taking place this weekend. I'm assuming that was in the State Street Promenade area, because that, for me, has become somewhat of an example that we are able to follow. And just to get some casual statistics, because it's now closed and we can see it in live time. And I've become very aware that we're currently facing some safety issues with bicyclists, mostly unsupervised minors who don't follow the signs and like to play on their bikes, but it's resulted in some pedestrians not being as comfortable walking in the closed street. And I want to make sure that we can address that and prevent that, so that we are able to really share the road and respect our pedestrians, because we don't want to increase bicyclists only to lose our pedestrians without bikes. So that being said, I just was interested in finding out, what we're implementing and what thoughts you have on that. Do you believe at this time that might be important or worth considering to add as part of this process? Can it be done by your department for this purpose?
So are you talking specifically about State Street on the plaza and enforcement on the plaza?
Not necessarily only. I would like to see that kind of enforcement and expectation to be extended out our State Street to the beach and along the beachfront. I know that the beachfront tends to have a little bit of an issue from time to time. And I would just like to see that it doesn't happen at all, that we're all respecting one another, and there might need to be some consequences addressed or just awareness policies put into place. What's your position on that? How do you feel about introducing those kind of awareness programs along with the introduction of all these new bike stations? Can that go hand in hand?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Bonderson. So we don't run police department, and police department would be a separate budget. I will say that right now is kind of a very challenging time for PD. There's all sorts of challenges out there. On the plaza itself, it's a very challenging time because we're in an area that's not a space that's not ideal for mixing pedestrians and bikes. We're going to need to we have some interim solutions that are coming that should be here right after Christmas or before Christmas. And then we'll have a capital project hopefully on State Street that will separate users, which will cause a lot of better. I should point out too, though, that the most dangerous place to walk or bike prior to the pandemic was State Street. You're more likely to get hit by a car or actually get hurt on a bike on State Street downtown than any other place. With the pandemic and the close of State Street, we've made it the safest place to ride your bike and much safer to walk. So I appreciate that everyone's, it's kind of a challenge with some of the things that are happening on the street. And some of the, shall I say, the ambiguity of where anyone should be. We're very delighted in the uptick in safety for the city.
And Mr. Dayton, I'm just going to facilitate for a moment here. If we could It's tempting to kind of blend the conversation of coastal zone and State Street Promenade, but I'd like us to stay focused, please, on the coastal zone today. And if we need to come back on another occasion and have staff discuss a kind of a more holistic view of where we are with bicycle use or the hybrid, we can do that another time. But I just want to make sure all the commissioners have a chance to both ask questions and deliberate, especially before Commissioner Reed has a hard stop time of just prior to 4 p.m. And so we're going to need to take a vote. So if we could keep moving, that would be terrific.
Absolutely. Thank you. I only have a couple more questions and I'll just hit them really quick. I would like to know more about HLC in particular and why staff is continuing forward to hit these milestones with the council and with PC. Are you on a timeline? Is there a deadline involved with making these decisions? Without final approval from HLC, I should have said that.
Commissioner Bonnerson, so you may not have heard in the presentation, council found that the review of bike shares is not in the public interest, and they bypassed HLC. So at the same time, when I was saying that we were working with HLC and trying to accommodate what they were saying, which is completely right, we also had to say that we bypassed that completely. And so their review is no longer required for the interim period of the 3 years. And then when we start talking about design on the plaza, I anticipate even before that 3 years is ended, we will be including the HLC in the review of the plaza. And I think the city will know in the next year whether bike share is a good fit for our town. That's why it's a pilot program. That's not why it's a permanent program. We need to see if it's going to work out for our city. And so we're all watching, not just HLC.
I'm glad you expressed that the way you did again, because I assumed that HLC was still involved, even though that we were pushing over them. This will not go back to HLC. Is that correct?
It does not go back to HLC.
Okay.
The pilot program does not go back to HLC.
Okay, thank you. So that actually leads to my last series of questions, and it has to do with, in the event that, for whatever reason, let me ask this a different way. What is the cost of taking out these bike stations in the event that it doesn't work in the way that we're expecting it to work or to the satisfaction of what your goals are? And in the event, it's a double question, in the event that it does work and you want to then make them permanent, would you be trying at that time to include the ideas of design, the HLC implications, the El Pueblo Viejo design concepts? Are you going to try to implement that at a later time, or just leave things as they are and add new ones with a different design? What's your thought behind that? I'm not trying to lead you, just kind of curious to know if this works and we continue forward. Do any of those design considerations come into play?
Well, aside from the locations in the waterfront, the ones in the plaza are temporary locations. They need a permanent home eventually. Those permanent locations would be reviewed by HLC. I think that the council will be having a lot to say about the plaza design, and I anticipate will give instructions to HLC on things like, I mean, this is completely assuming bike share works for our town. Things like docking stations, like this is the docking station. You know, we're not going to change it into a different docking station. So, you know, I think that's part of the issue is that these docks, although they're low profile, they're not as obtrusive visually, are modern. They're modern things. They're not found at the turn of the century. So I think that's part of the design nut that needs to be cracked. I think when the city sees the value of bike share, and if that's high, I think that there'll be some sort of allowance for that. But if it's not, maybe there won't be. And I don't know. I don't know the answers to the future. And then Ms. Rosenberg can answer how much it costs to remove everything and walk away. I don't know that question, that answer.
So, Commissioner Bonderson, I don't know the exact amount, but I do know that we have a performance bond. And so it's about $80 per bike. So, you know, we'll have that insurance, but there's definitely, it's not an issue. If we do end up leaving Santa Barbara, we can, you know, take away stuff. If you want the exact number, I can follow up with you. Okay.
Well, I'm going to keep you for a moment and finish up my design specific question. You mentioned earlier about swapping out batteries, that's part of the regular procedure. What is the solar power at the top of the station for? Is it just to keep the kiosk running for payment?
Yes, yeah. And it's also to keep, it's also to help track where the bikes are as well. Like if the station is empty, that solar panel will go back to our system internally and say, hey, these need to be rebalanced. This station has no bikes. So then my team will go out and do that.
And are there any bicycle designs currently that are solar power so that there's not a manual need for swapping batteries? That the kiosk itself can power them when they're locked up?
No, unfortunately, I wish there was, but the batteries are for the kiosk are probably last 3 to 5 months. So we do still have to replace those batteries, and the bike batteries were constantly, you know, they last about 30 miles per bike, and then we swap them. And we have an entire system that shows us that, so.
And lastly, it was kind of touched on earlier about 11 feet or 9 feet in height and the color being black. Are there other options for design? If for any reason we choose that black is not quite the right color for our city, are there other, because I'm going to mention in the image that Mr. Dayton provided earlier, it might have just been the angle or the sunlight, but the image where it shows the stations in front of Goat Tree, it didn't look black. But I mean, then again, maybe it really doesn't look black. I'm just curious to know, are there lighter colors?
Yes, so they actually are gray. We don't, the only black product we have are the docks. Now, if we wanted to change the design of the kiosks, we would have to, you know, vinyl wrap them. Again, that is really, I think that goes back to the city too, as well as far as design goes, right? So, I mean, we're flexible. We can change the color, but again, there's a process for
Madam
that.
Chair, I want to correct our D-cycle. There'll be any color you want them to be. Right now, everything is black.
Yes, I got that part. I was just interested in the options. And the height option, is there also a height option if it becomes an issue?
Well, since we don't have battery outlets around the waterfront, we're going to have to stick to solar. So again, the 1.0 kiosks will be 11 feet if we go that direction, and then the enrollment kiosk will be 9 feet, so a little lower.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. That was a lot of questions, but I really appreciate the time you spent, and I have all the answers I need for now. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Commissioner Lodge, please, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if Ms. Rosenberg has been with the bicycle long enough to be able to answer this question, but I'm interested in what the bike share demographic is. Who are the people that use these services in other places where you provide this service?
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Yeah, I mean, we are across 40 states in the US right now, and a lot of them are in programs at universities. So there's a lot of students that tap into these programs. There's a lot of locals that tap into these programs. And again, I mean, I think the age is probably around, let's see, like, you know, anywhere from like 24 to 34, it might be the main demographic, but I'd have to get back to you with more of the specifics if you wanted that information. Specifically.
No, that gives me enough of an idea. And then they cost $7 a half hour, is that correct?
Correct.
So if somebody, if you don't have a membership, so someone would rent a bike and say, go up to State Street. They put the bike in the dock And then if they decide they want to go someplace else on the bike, it's another $7. Correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
it's $7 every 30 minutes. If they don't use the full 30 minutes and they put the bike in the dock, then it's, they can use it for 30 minutes. And then if they want to continue riding past 30 minutes, and it's an additional $7. So they don't necessarily have to keep docking the bike. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if I answered your question there.
Okay, it's just it's the $7 every half hour.
Correct.
Okay, or $14 an hour, right?
Correct.
Okay. The car share program, this is for Mr. Dayton, the car share program fell on its face with a much broader demographic. Why will this one work here?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lodge, I don't know that it will work. I could tell you that the car share program had a heavy competitor in Lyft and Uber. At this point, I don't know why anyone would do car share when it's so much cheaper to do Uber, particularly for the trips that they were, trying to do. I get that some people really want to put their groceries in their car and they have their own thing and not to be, bothered by someone else. But Uber is pretty cheap to the grocery store, to some of the trips, that the same thing that's handled by car share these days. So they're still hanging on with the spot, but I think it's only a matter of time till they're gone completely.
Okay. Now, it seems as if the only reason for the kiosks is for those that don't have mobile phones. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there anybody who can afford to pay $7 a half hour to rent one of these things that doesn't have a cell phone? I find it very unlikely.
I don't know, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Lodge, just to point out that the $7 entry fee to use these things is for a very small percentage of the business, and it's not what we're trying to attract. What we're trying to attract is point-to-point service from members that live in Santa Barbara. And with your membership, the ride is free to check out. I mean, you pay your membership fee, and so it's a much lesser cost if you have a membership and you're using the bikes frequently than it would be if you're just walking up from vacation. But then again, when I was in Nice, and my family walked up and we did 4 bikes and we checked them out. I thought it was pretty expensive, but I really didn't care. I wanted to get on a bike with my family. So, so I think that there's probably that too. But no, the $7 is for a very small portion of the business.
Okay, I assume the city is getting a share of that since it's city property that's being used for this business. Is that correct?
We are not. We are not getting a percentage of the business. What we're getting is a bike share program. So in the general plan, in our general plan, it asks for a bike share program. It's been in the general plan since 1998. And it's primarily my leadership that said we don't want it until it's the right thing for us. And only now have I felt like B-Cycle with the type of dock. It's amazing. We're having this discussion about the aesthetics of this dock. Can you imagine if we were talking about no dock, or we were talking about the really poor docks with the big advertising that we saw? And the advertising is actually what made it work financially in the early 2000s. But here we're in a different place. But yeah, the city's getting a bike share program. So it's getting reduction of trips. It's getting savings from traffic, parking. That's the benefit we're getting. We are not getting revenue.
Has there been experience in other places where this exists, where you see that people really are using bicycles instead of cars to get around?
Absolutely.
Pardon me?
Absolutely, yes. Ms. Rosenberg might be familiar with some of the other B-Cycle. We looked very closely at their statistics in terms of where their bikes are really successful. The other thing I did not mention in the presentation is that this is an all-electric fleet. This is a $2,000 bike that's on the street. We think a lot of people are going to want to ride these. Again, could be wrong, and that's why it's a pilot program, because we don't know. But this is a very nice bike compared to other places in the country.
Okay, and then again, why not use a parking space on, say, East Cannon Perdido for this? If you just want to have it in everybody's face?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lodge, yes, we want it to be highly visible if it's going to be used as a point-to-point service. If we put them in parking lots, I wouldn't be recommending it for Santa Barbara. I don't think that'll be successful. I'm not sure B-Cycle would recommend that either. Hiding them and putting them in locations where people don't want to go, like parking lots is not a place to visit, is not an appropriate place for a successful program.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Commissioner Lodge. I'm going to ask Commissioner Reed, who does not have webcam access. If you could hold on, Commissioner Escobedo, thank you. Commissioner Reed, questions, please. And again, I want to ask my fellow commissioners to please focus our questions, first of all, in the coastal zone. Today is the hearing on bike share in the coastal zone only. And so we have a coastal development permit to consider. So let's see if we can tighten up our line of questioning, because it's 2:52 and we need to continue through questions. I'm then going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back for deliberations, but I'd really like to get to a full vote with all 7 commissioners available. Commissioner Reed, please.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, just testing my audio. Can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Reed, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to pick up where Commissioner Lodge left off on the kiosk. So just recapping, as Mr. Dayton stated, 90%, up to 90% of the program targets memberships, but not tourists, not short-term rides, but non-kiosk users. There's a $7 fee, a intentionally high fee to disincentivize tourist rentals. There are locations selected that don't compete with the more tourist-focused bike rental businesses that are existing in our city. These are the most highly visible locations possible for reasons Mr. Dayton explained. The city doesn't support kiosks in general, yet kiosks are necessary for non-member tourist-focused users. It seems like there are a lot of contradictions and inconsistencies. And my question would be, would B-Cycle choose not to move forward with this program if we decide today that kiosks are not acceptable?
Ms. Rosenberg, would you like to respond to Commissioner Reed, please?
Oh, sure. Thanks, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed. You know, yes, we really feel like the visibility and success of the program with the kiosks will be necessary. However, again, the 3.0 docs were the main reason for the bike share to happen. And honestly, a lot of, you know, I think because of all the community outreach we've been doing with Santa Barbara Downtown and SB Chambers and all these other community organizations, I think a lot of people are aware of us. And so if for some reason the kiosks and the 1.0 stations weren't part of the picture, that could potentially happen. We just have to talk internally about that.
In your opinion, Ms. Rosenberg, is the program still potentially viable? And we're only talking about in the coastal region without kiosks.
Yes. I really think the waterfront is a really important piece in our phase 1 development plans to be successful, to flush out State Street as well. And yes, I do think the kiosks are going to be necessary, especially for those tourists who come in and come out.
Okay, and I'll just stick with you for now on these kiosk questions. Are there other bike share programs in operation without kiosks that you're aware of?
Yeah, so my former background was at Zaxter, which we specifically specialized in bike share and e-scooters and e-bikes. I've never seen 3.0 docks like this. In my experience from just visiting towns and, getting to work with other bike programs, there's always been a kiosk.
Okay, and you touched on it a little bit.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say there's no docking bike share without a kiosk.
Yeah, and Commissioner Reed, I just want to, I'll back her up and just let you know that, not just for facts here, we had never seen until it was proposed to us the docking system without the kiosk, and that's why we were so attracted to it, because it was so non-discrete and fit better with the street furniture that is Santa Barbara. Yeah, the one that's being shown right now. That's what really attracted us to the program and to say yes to an operator. They came to us and just to be fair to Ms. Rosenberg, the national director is not on the call and she could not be on the call. But from everything they've told us, that they need a very small number of these kiosks to financially pen out in the tourist area. The only other question I would have in line with your questions for Ms. Rosenberg is she knows the Madison is very similar to Santa Barbara. If she knows and I think the answer is yes, they have kiosks there too.
Yeah, Madison is, like, last year they had over 230,000 rides, and in 2019 they converted their pedal bike program into 300 to 400 electric bikes, and that program is doing exceptionally well. Ridership has just been through the roof. And I know there are a lot more than 4 kiosks in Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay, and you spoke a little bit to the need for solar panels, and I suppose this is why the size is larger, because these are not hardwired into power. But why are we still looking at a 9 to 11 foot structure for such a simple operation?
Thanks, Commissioner. This is how our product was built and rolled out. We've had the 1.0 kiosk station for about 10 years, and the enrollment kiosk came out about 2 years ago. And it's just how the system is produced.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, Commissioner Reed, is what I was told after I went through a lot of these questions you're doing is on the solar panel. The reason why the solar panel is really high is because of vandalism, apparently, that these solar panels can be stolen and then used by people. So they want it really high up in the air. Doesn't make it look any better.
And are there other programs that utilize considerably smaller kiosks, or is this industry standard, 11 feet?
I'll answer that. So the other programs that we've looked at that are docked, which we think Santa Barbara needs a docked system, none have that 3.0 dock that has no kiosk. This is an innovation of B-Cycle that's new. So I don't, any other system we're going to go to is going to be all kiosks at every location.
Okay. I have other questions, but I don't think they're all that critical. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Escobedo? Questions,
Thank you.
please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To confirm, these are all going to be electric assist bikes, correct?
I can
So,
answer that. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
Oh, yes, I can answer that, Commissioner Escobedo. All 250 bikes are electric and with the pedal assist.
Okay, thank you. And this question is for Mr. Dayton. So one of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons why we kind of expedited this search for a shared mobility solution is when scooters came out, obviously there were a lot of negatives. They're being left everywhere in the right of way. But one of the positives was that they attracted an entirely different population that was not using public transportation, correct?
Yes, yeah, the micro sharing industry and the scooters is kind of a new phenomenon, and I think it created a lot of even fun for people to get around, much more than transit provided. And it's also a shorter trip. It's more of a just to give you an idea, a mile, it takes 20 minutes at a good clip to walk a mile. So on a scooter or a bike, you can do a mile in a fourth of that time very easily. And so in a walking environment, that's where the micro share becomes a viable option.
And so in your opinion, because I've ridden some of these electric bikes and they are fun to ride, and I would even say that they have a lower skill or physical condition threshold for people to partake. And so I forget which commissioner brought this up, but do you perceive these electric assist bikes as appealing to more than just your avid biker?
Commissioner Escobedo, we do, and that has been the case for e-bikes in general. And what has been really surprising to me is how expensive the e-bikes are. They cost as much as a used car. It's pretty crazy, but you get on one and you see what it can do for you, and all of a sudden you're kind of hooked. It's kind of like a joy machine, really. And that's what we see. We see all ages, all abilities getting on them. In fact, one of the concerns we have is some people who have never ridden bikes ever before are on them, and they don't have the street smarts to be, one of the rules of being on a bike is assume you're invisible at all times. They don't have the street smarts to navigate, and that's presenting a different kind of problem. These e-bikes are tuned, what I would say, for someone who it's a real entry level ride. In other words, it's not going to go too fast. It's 17 miles an hour. It's not 20 or 27. And then it's geared for low speeds. It's got, it's only got 3 speeds. It's an internal hub shifter. So it's a much different feel. And I think it gives you enough confidence, more than you would be on a bicycle, to have that fun feel and also be able to feel like, with a little bit of talent, you can really get around.
And you talked about unrolling this pilot program in 2 phases. So I'm guessing phase 1 would have much of downtown and the waterfront, correct? And so what do you envision as phase 2, and where would that go to?
I'm so glad you asked. So we're looking to do next phase. B-Cycle and the city are partnering to do the neighborhoods. So east side, west side. You may have been watching, we're developing what we're now calling community paseo corridors throughout the east side and the west side. That this system will be really good to ride. These bike share will be really good for that. the Mesa, Santa Barbara City College, even Upper State Street around the hospital. These are all locations that have common destinations that people want to do on a daily basis or just on a trip basis. And what we're finding more and more now too, with the plaza in place, that people are coming to the plaza to experience it, not just to shop or eat, but just to experience it. So they're bringing their bikes further and further distances, which positions B-Cycle well to be successful in those neighborhoods, because we think that's what people will do the same, is they'll get on a bike and ride downtown so they don't have to deal with parking, and then they can actually experience the plaza along the way. You can't go on the plaza anymore as a car, so that's a lot of blocks, and going on a bike really speeds up the process about where you want to go.
Yeah, definitely, and especially on a electric assist bike. So one of the things that has been talked about throughout the inception of choosing B-Cycle to this point is it's locals focused. But I imagine that also included in that is us trying to solve for what's called the last mile problem of people who use public transportation. Maybe they take the train from Ventura up to Santa Barbara, and then they need to get to work. Let's say, I just found this out recently, that quite a few of our nurses come in from out of town. So is that also another demographic that we're trying to advertise this service to?
Yes, there's a rollout, and Ms. Rosenberg and their team have a number of different marketing they're going to do. Definitely the primary customer is the Santa Barbara, but yes, other people who come into town will be notified of this. And there might be people who have B-Cycle memberships from other towns who can just go ahead and use their membership.
Fantastic. So this question is probably for Ms. Rosenberg. We talked about the kiosks and how it requires solar power in order for it to have a power source. What about the 3.0 docks? Are those also battery powered? And so when your team is coming face to face with these bikes, are they exchanging out batteries for the 3.0 docks, or are those somehow solar powered as well?
Great question. Thanks, Commissioner Escobedo. So the 3.0 docks have their own batteries. So those batteries will last around 3 to 6 months. And then my team will go out and replace those batteries and kind of check on them. But they do check on them and we have a system internally where we can see how they're doing and if they need a new battery.
And so similar to, I think it's the 1.0 dock with the kiosk, when they're empty bike parking spaces, it pings your system and lets you know that there might need to be a rebalancing. Do the 3.0 docks do the same?
Well, we have tracking for the 3.0 docks. So yes, they do the same thing.
Okay, thank you. And give me a second as for Mr. Dayton, what does the evaluation process look like as we assess this either 1 to 3 years from now? What are some of the metrics that you're going to be looking at? And what are some of the questions you're going to be asking to determine whether or not this is a successful program?
That's a great question, Madam Chair, Commissioner Escobedo. So we are looking for B-Cycle to remain profitable. So if they're profitable and that means there's sufficient rides to sustain the program, that'll be a good indication of success right there, kind of as a low barrier. And then as a high barrier in terms of success, we'll just have to see what are the rides. And one of the things we're really interested in is, and have been talking a lot about, is this issue of taking rides from other services. So we'll be looking at that ridership too. We'll be able to, assuming kiosks would be approved, we'll be seeing what percentage of that riders are they? Is that appropriate to other places? The percentages we're seeing in the mix of for that demand as other locations. And then, you know, when we get the neighborhoods in, we want to see some pulsing from neighborhoods. You know, that'll also be a sign of success if we see neighborhood activity to and from downtown, because then that's where the city sees a lot of benefit in terms of saving parking and traffic and air quality. And then also, what I believe is going to be important for the promenade in the future is activity. We need to see activity. If we're closing State Street to cars in the plaza area, activity is going to be really important. So if we see the bike share is also sustaining a constant flow of activity for that promenade, that will be another sign of success.
Thank you for that. And so on one of the points that you touched on about, I believe it's Wheel of Fun that has the bike rental service. And so that's going to be one of the metrics that we're going to be looking at. Are we encroaching on their revenues with this service, and particularly in the waterfront area, which we're discussing today? I'm curious to know if we have thought about having, I guess advertisement is one way to say it, of just basically, hey, are you thinking about an all-day rental? Check out Wheel of Fun, and kind of direct them that way. Have we thought about that at all?
I don't think we have. Ms. Rosenberg might have another answer, but I think when we talk to B-Cycle about it, you know, they're very different services. They're extremely different services. So in a bike rental, you reserve a bike, you're meeting with somebody, they're adjusting the bike for you. You may have a family, so maybe you need 4, maybe you need 3. So you'll guaranteed to have those bikes ready for you when you want them. And then you're riding them for longer periods of time than just point to point. So those are the differences we've been trying to distinguish between the two services to get the difference. But Ms. Rosenberg, is there anything else that you could think of in terms of advertising to get to Commissioner Escobedo's question?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Dayton and Commissioner Escobedo. You know, like Mr. Dayton said, they're 2 separate products. They're completely different business models, and they're offering probably 10 different vehicles. Let's just say 10, right? They're offering, you know, 2-wheelers and mountain bikes and all that, and electric bikes and regular bikes and all that jazz. We are just offering a bike share service program. And, you know, like, again, as we touched on earlier, 80% of our riders are going to have memberships. So these are people that are going to be locals and that normally either need it to commute to work or need it, you know, to commute for leisure activities. But again, I don't foresee us having advertising for Wheel of Fun, to answer your question directly.
Yeah, that makes sense. So thank you for that answer. For you, Ms. Rosenberg, so I think I'm kind of reading the tea leaves a little bit. There's a preference for I forget what it's called, the 9-foot kiosk that is versus the 1.0, correct? So couldn't we, in all of the locations that you were planning on putting the 1.0 station with the kiosk, just have very close by, because the 3.0s are very small, that we could have your enrollment kiosk right next to the 3.0s in all of the locations that you would have originally placed these 1.0 stations with kiosks?
Thanks, Commissioner Escobedo. Yes, I believe we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is my last question. So I believe it was Vice Chair Wiscombe that brought up the responsibility of disinfecting the bikes when they go to use them is on the user. Is it possible for us to provide disinfectant wipes at these stations? And so something that comes to mind is that many grocery stores, you might see outside that they have disinfectant wipes with a trash receptacle right there. And I'm working this through on how we would do this, and so your staff are going out and checking on the bikes. Well, one of the extra duties could be refilling the disinfectant wipes. Is that something that you, just off the top of your head, we're not going to hold you to it, but something that you'd be willing to explore, at least during this time of COVID, when we do need to be conscientious about disinfecting surfaces that are being used by multiple individuals?
Thanks, Commissioner Escobedo. Yes, I mean, we haven't thought about it, to be perfectly honest. We touch our bikes daily. Our team's out there sanitizing the bikes every time they're rebalancing or charging a battery. So we haven't really felt that that was necessary because, you know, I think people in this time of COVID are also bringing their wipes and are very cautious as well. It's something we can absolutely think about, though.
Okay. I'll probably have a comment or two about that. And then one question came to mind is, when the battery dies on the bike, let's say I'm using it and the battery dies, then does it just operate like a normal bicycle?
Correct.
Okay. And then are you pinged the next time it's docked that that battery is dead and it needs to be changed out?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. I'll go to my questions now, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's see. First, Mr. Dayton, has there been outreach to the hotels who currently provide many bicycles to their guests for free at no charge? In terms of them understanding the city moving ahead with this kind of bike share program?
Madam Chair, Ms. Rosenberg may have done specific outreach to them. The city has not, only in the instance where we're going to be placing something next to them, but we love that. We do love that craze of that has become a thing, that if you have bicycles available as a part of the room stay, that you get, it's a lot more attractive.
Well, I see those bicycles throughout town with the branding of the hotels. And so this brings me back to the type of stations that are being proposed and for which users, if we're talking about tourists or visitors, and yet we have local hotels providing bicycles for free. And these are, you know, kind of average mainstream bicycles as you describe them. I'm sure there's a technical term for that. I don't know it. Then that brings me back to, and perhaps Commissioner Reed was inquiring along these lines, you know, why would we be going for and spending the public right of way on by furniture, as we're calling it, for tourists or visitors, as opposed to really focusing on locals? Can anybody just quickly answer that for me?
I'll let Ms. Rosenberg answer from the financial end. I'll from the transportation end. It is advantageous for us to have tourists have access to these bikes for point-to-point services. One of the issues we were dealing with prior to the pandemic was the conundrum of how to get people from the waterfront to downtown, so that the downtown would be more vitalized, and that's one way to do it. Is you put them on a bike and then they go to the downtown.
Okay.
So, but from a financial end, Ms. Rosenberg?
No, that's okay. I didn't need the financial. I'm going to really skip the financials today. We're kind of running short on time. But Mr. Dayton, I think back to you, maybe even to Ms. Plummer. I'm thinking of an equity situation from a policy perspective, and here's my question. Well, I heard you, and perhaps it was an answer to Commissioner Lodge. I heard that we're not revenue sharing with B-Cycle, and yet we're allowing a private company to use the public right-of-way or a public resource for a private enterprise. And yet prior to COVID, but correct me if I'm wrong, we charge, there's both a permit process, and we charge private entities, let's say a restaurant, to come out into the public right-of-way for their private profitability use. So how is that any different, charging a restaurant to come out into the public right-of-way for their private profit, as opposed to B-Cycle Have you discussed that internally? And I didn't hear that come up at council, by the way.
It did not come up at council, but Madam Chair, the short answer to the question is that B-Cycle is more quasi-public than a restaurant is a very private, for-profit. B-Cycle is more quasi-public. This is a public service open to everybody. And the benefit to the city is the transportation benefit. So,
Yeah, I understand.
here's the conundrum. So in the past, what in order to get B-Cycle, the city had to pay for the B-Cycle. Or sorry, not B-Cycle, any kind of bike share. The city had to pay for it. In other words, the city had to subsidize the cost of having the program. And that is because it was not financially viable. And you find that with the scooter programs too. They're all being funded with venture capitalists and they're not for profit yet. No one's making, Bird is not making money yet on scooters and they're throwing them away by the thousands as they go out of business. So it really, in order to have, if the city wants a bike share program, it's got to be financially viable on its own, or the city has to pay for it. Those are the options. But at this point, there is no bike share system out there that is so viable and profitable that profit sharing can be done with the city. Perhaps that may happen in the future, but that does not exist today. So it's kind of like, do you want bike share? This is what it takes. If you don't want bike share, then fine.
Okay, thank you. And then I was hoping that we would see some visual sims or something like that today to show what's actually happening right out in front in the public right of way with restaurants, businesses that we've allowed to come out into the public right of way in the coastal zone and do an overlay of that use. And now back in the purple tier, it's the only place where they can offer food and drink to customers. And yet, I believe if we put the map back up on the screen as to where you're proposing some of these bike share locations, will actually displace. I'm looking at a photo that I actually got from a business owner this morning. And it looks like one or more are going to displace the tables and chairs. Now, if maybe you could help me identify whether this is correct or not, but we cannot displace any business that's out in the public right of way that's just trying to survive well into 2021 during the pandemic. Can you comment on that for me?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for that question. And I apologize if I wasn't clear. We're not displacing any restaurant space anywhere. There was some confusion because B-Cycle's original presentation before they were selected did have I think a couple of locations that were in front of restaurant businesses that are now on the street.
Yes.
We are not intending to conflict with any of the locations you've seen today have no restaurant space in them whatsoever.
Okay. All right, then I have a programmatic CDP question, either for Ms. Plummer, whomever, Ms. Plummer, Ms. DeBusk, Ms. Ostranger. I want to be clearer about the implications of, or maybe the interpretations of a programmatic CDP relative to conditions of approval. And I'm just going to wrap a comment in here to ask my fellow commissioners to contemplate this because it's an interest of mine. Will a programmatic CDP allow, either directly afford us, or do we just have the authority on our own to alter the conditions of approval that require more periodic, or perhaps based on triggers or thresholds, return to the Planning Commission throughout this 3-year trial period? And so the backside of my question, just so staff understands, is that I'm not comfortable with a 3-year time horizon with changes just made at the staff level that are not available to the public and are not reviewed by the Planning Commission. So I just want to put that right out there. So tell me about the programmatic CDP and what that affords us in terms of our authority today. If there's any nexus at all, maybe you're going to tell me otherwise.
Chair Schwartz, as I mentioned, as currently written, there is no additional check-in with the Planning Commission, as you mentioned. I
Okay.
believe there is the ability for the Planning Commission to add conditions that would include triggers for the applicant to come back and discuss the project with the Planning Commission. And so that is something that we will need your feedback on.
Okay, could you, right now, Ms. DeBus, just in the interest of time, and if you don't want to put it up on the screen right now, perhaps while we're at break, revisit the drafted conditions of approval and be prepared to recommend a section with some language in the conditions that, and I have some ideas about triggers, which I'll get into in my deliberations, such that this would have to return to Planning Commission inside the 3-year trial period. What would be your preferences to staff being kind of providing, being a resource to me and to the commission on that?
Chair Schwartz, I'm happy to help draft conditions. However, at this point, I don't have any feedback from the commission in terms of the types of things that they'd be interested in.
Okay, well, maybe I can just simplify, and I see Ms. Ostranger on screen. If you could just at least identify a section in the conditions of approval where we could entertain that, I can probably, while on break, share with my colleagues maybe some thoughts and see if I have support from my colleagues to do that. Ms. Ostranger, did you want to say anything at this time?
Chair Schwartz, I was actually just going to click my camera off because Ms. DeBusk said what I was going to say.
Okay, okay. All right, we'll get to that. And so in the meantime, I'm going to ask my colleagues to please contemplate if you would be supportive of devising some language in some appropriate section that staff might offer to us, that we have more periodic review authority based on certain triggers inside this 3-year time horizon where it comes back in a public hearing to the Planning Commission. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Busk. I think I only have a few remaining questions since my colleagues asked a number of my questions. And bear with me if you could. I want to go through. I appreciated the Allied Neighborhood Association's letter. It was quite thorough. And to staff, I want to ask you on staff report page 5, there's a reference to minimal infrastructure, and it's not synonymous with visual compatibility. I don't quite understand how we reconcile the minimal infrastructure, and yet we have to make visual compatibility findings. Is there any comment staff might have for me on that? Because the CDP has quite significant thresholds for us to make things today. This is not about whether or not we're just philosophically supportive of a bike share program. It's much more detailed than that from a land use policy perspective. Does anybody have any thoughts for me on that, or should I just keep going? Ms. DeBus, did you have
Chair
any
Schwartz,
thoughts?
The finding is that it's visually compatible. So that is a finding absolutely that the Planning Commission needs to make. And there
Okay.
are a couple of options with the kiosks. And so feedback from you related to that would play into this finding without a doubt.
Okay, thank you. And just to reconfirm, Mr. Dayton, follow up to Commissioner Wiscombe's question on the number 5 location, Cabrillo Castillo. Did I hear you correctly say that you would be amenable to, if the commission so directed, to remove this location from the list and find an alternate location? This is the one where, as in the Allied letter, from April to September, these are nesting sites in these large ficus trees for black-crowned night herons and snowy egrets. And so what comes along with those birds is, you know what, it's what birds do. So did I understand you correctly that you could find an alternate appropriate site?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're running away from this location.
Running away. Okay, I'm seeing you running away. Let's see. I just, hold on one moment. Let me see if those are my questions. Oh, I want to go back to location 10 if I could, Cabrillo/West Lot. And Commissioner Wiscombe asked some questions here. Just to follow up on perhaps what she may not have asked. What are your thoughts about locating this station and the kiosk on the north side of Cabrillo, adjacent to the existing multi-use path? Did you cover that, or have you considered that?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure I completely understand the question. You're asking why can't it be next to the Beachway?
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, because the path continues east to the bird refuge, which is very scenic. Yes, so I think that's the crux of it, Mr. Dayton. Any thoughts from you on that?
Yeah, the Beachway is a bi-directional path that is 10 to 12 feet on the other side of the street. And it's 10 feet on the ocean side of the street. And there's no location that we could actually put the bike share without obstructing the path and keeping it on a concrete place. That's why we did not choose the other side of the street.
Okay. And then on this same location number 10, I agree with Ally that the name of the location is somewhat confusing. This is East Cabrillo Boulevard, which they comment in their letter, which run, but perhaps a description that includes the place name or something that describes a proximity to the Cabrillo Bathhouse, something like that. I know this is minor, but if you could please make a note of that, that would be great. And let me just, okay. Then lastly, look, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around in the numbers. I didn't go in numerical sequence. Location number 4, the harbor. And I'm questioning whether the tall black kiosk really is appropriate at this location. I'm concerned about kind of a harsh view of it, you know, with the harbor and the ocean that extends beyond that. Is there a way to locate the kiosk maybe closer to the side of the building?
You mean like
or even on the yeah, or even on the north side, maybe similar to the Hotel Milo Chad's option, which was number 6. Any thoughts about that, Mr. Dayton?
Madam Chair, my opinion is that if B-Cycle only needs 4 of these stations, then 4 of the kiosk stations, then this would not be one of my preference. I'd agree with you for the simple reason, not just what you're getting in terms of aesthetics, but if a tourist is out there, they're mainly likely going to start their journey from a hotel and not from the harbor. But there is also, I believe, a location on harbor property, and I'm not sure why I don't know if that's under a separate deal, but that's in the harbor that we're working on with the harbor department. So. Oh,
I see.
That might be
that's not on the list of 10. That's what you're saying on the current list.
It's not on the list.
So what would be your conclusive thought for me today about this number 4?
I would say we would not put a kiosk here.
Okay, so remove it. Remove. I'm going to note remove.
And I think I think on the asterisks, if I'm looking at my copy of the presentation, but I think on the asterisks we have 5 or 6 locations, and they're just options. So it'd be great if the Planning Commission had a preference, because we only need 4.
We only need 4. Okay. Okay, very good. I'm going to leave it there in the interest of time. It's almost 3:35. Let's come back at 3:40. And Mr. Dayton, if I could ask you to contemplate too, you've heard all of our questions today. Between what you've heard, I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners to think about, if you would, in your deliberations, if you agree, on a list of what I'll call triggers or thresholds or conditions, changes that we might put together as a list that, if you all agree with me, or a majority of us, that would trigger review, a second review, follow-on review in public at Planning Commission so that we can hold a public hearing and fully vet certain changes to the pilot program inside of the 3-year period. So thank you very much. And we're going to come back in 5 minutes at 3:40. We're in recess now. Thank you. I'm going to ask Commissioner Reed to please kick off deliberations. And again, what I would appreciate from my fellow commissioners is hearing your response to my interest in having some triggers or thresholds that would require, in the conditions of approval, a return of the bike share program in the coastal zone to the Planning Commission in a public hearing. And so any thoughts you have on that would be very helpful. Ms. Ostranger, did you want to say something before we go to Commissioner Reed?
Yes, Chair Schwartz. I just wanted to, as the commission deliberates on this, once the CDP is issued, it can't be revoked because it's a vested right that they rely on. So you can have, I think we could comfortably condition it on, it's part of a 3-year pilot program. Then they come back and we for a renewal. But having like a check-in might be problematic because the permits are intended to vest, for example, as long as they've satisfied the conditions. Say if you gave a CDP to construct a house along a bluff line, the owner constructs that house pursuant to the conditions, it would be unfair then to say, we'll come back and check in and we may change our conditions. So I just wanted to...
Let me press this then with you, Ms. Ostranger, before we go to Commissioner Reed, and just to express more fully my thoughts, since I'm the one that raised this. By way of example, if locations are changed, if the look of the bike stations have changed, if the height of the bike stations have changed, there is sufficient public and request of the Planning Commission that this come back to us in a public hearing, not simply be worked out or negotiated purely behind closed doors in the city. And so I'm interested, and I think the public is strongly interested in ensuring that that happens, not a revocation of the CDP and the ability to have the bike share arrangement with the city and to continue the contract, but perhaps those more aesthetic aspects of the CDP. Could you comment on that before we go to Commissioner Reed?
Yes, so the CDP would be approving them as designed. If the bike share decided that they wanted to change it, then they would have to come back to you for an amended CDP. But what you're being asked for today is to approve and lock them into what they're proposing. It sounded like Mr. Dayton wanted some definite feedback on the kiosks and where they might be located. The purpose of the programmatic EIR is to give them the flexibility to change the locations if they so choose, with direction from staff after having seen how the program is working and how the public's interacting with it in certain spaces. If we were to lock them into a specific space or as a spaces as proposed, then it tends to be more like a typical CDP, but I suppose, that is within your discretion.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Commissioner Reed now in the interest of his schedule. Commissioner Reed, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Schwartz. So my primary consideration is what my questions are based on. It's the kiosks. I'm really struggling with the inconsistencies and contradictions between the city's primary objectives, which targets locals and is membership based exclusively, and what Trek Bicycles B-Cycle is claiming as a necessity to the financial success or feasibility of this business model. B-Cycle has stated their demographic to be people in their mid-20s to their mid-30s. The idea that tourists coming to spend money in Santa Barbara do not have cell phones and cannot participate in this program is a stretch to me. this is a pilot program, so let me just state up front. I will not support kiosks in the coastal zone, and should TREC, which I believe they will, if the commission should support my consideration, I think they'll still move forward, and then we can see 3 years from now if the program makes sense for them or not. But cycling and bike share, as stated in the presentation and discussion, this is a high growth industry. It's on the rise. This is 80 to 90% membership base. What really gets me is B-Cycle is setting a $7 fee to disincentivize the very use that kiosks are supposed to promote. That's just ridiculous. And then we put in kiosks to target that 10%. We need to strongly consider our existing businesses. B-Cycle is not one of them. We're in a visitor serving zone, and in Mr. Dayton's presentation, he is being very considerate and intentional to not compete with existing bicycle rental businesses who are paying a lot of rent. B-Cycle will be paying no rent and will be in the most visible location, potentially blocking visitor serving businesses. This competes against them, these kiosks. Hotels, as stated by Commissioner Schwartz, already provide bikes in the coastal zone to tourists. The city simply doesn't support these kiosks. They may or may not think it's necessary for the financial feasibility of B-Cycle's program, but I'm just not comfortable with it. I don't think kiosks are visibly compatible. They're not visibly compatible in this zone. They're an embarrassment, frankly. They're an embarrassment. They don't have any added benefit from my perspective. And I just simply think without kiosks in the coastal zone, I firmly believe that Santa Barbara is still a highly desirable opportunity for TREC bicycles. It's Santa Barbara after all. And in 3 years, it's not financially feasible, but we can have the discussion then. But I think as the days go on in the short term, those kiosks will only become more unnecessary and irrelevant because transactions happen on a phone. And I support this coming back to Planning Commission at the end of the trial period. I don't think we need to have any check-ins. I think it needs to come back to Planning Commission for consideration in the coastal zone for a long-term program. Other than that, I think, any other considerations are tertiary at best. It's these kiosks, which I cannot support. So those are my comments for now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Reed. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Higgins, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is like wanting college to be free and then wanting to pay teachers more. Okay, this is just a massive conflict. This city is progressive. We've been really gaining speed and traction on our awards, if you will, about how bicycle friendly we are. And this is a fantastic departure from the progress we've made as a city to not support what is before us. I can't imagine how come a few kiosks here or there would be so offensive especially to those people that may not even use the service. So I'm fairly certain that the people that oppose this stuff are not going to be customers of it. And that's not necessarily part of our findings, but it's just a comment. So, I mean, we're way out of scope with what we're supposed to be doing here today. The fundamental aspect of the business, the customer demand, the rest of the program outside of the Coastal Commission, those are all things that I think have already been put in motion by the council. The council directed staff to do, public works staff to do this. It's before us because of what's in the coastal zone. And I'm not offended by the kiosks or any of this. I do have a problem with not knowing how big or tall or wide the solar contraptions will be, but I'm willing to forgive that for now to get the project moving. I just don't understand. We have so much stuff in the middle of State Street right now as a result of COVID. We have so much stuff on the street anyway. It's a trade-off. If we want to have less people use and rely on vehicles, then we ought to be able to tolerate some of the infrastructure that goes along with that. So that's another conflict I see. Are we pushing our progressive agenda and giving this group a break on some of the things that we might not give a break to otherwise? Or I think it's frankly, it's hypocritical for us to sit here and question the basis of this program, especially when our scope of work has to do with very few locations, very small pieces of equipment. I think it should move on. Now, I will support some kind of a time frame if that's legal, but I don't know that it's necessary. The council already has given this a 3-year time frame. I don't know of any other developer or applicant of a process that would agree to put something in the ground and then have it possibly be revoked by this commission or any other commission, especially when the people on that commission is not a customer of it. But I'll stop there and hope to hear some of my other colleagues' comments.
Commissioner Lodge, I think you were next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Well, I agree with Commissioner Reed's comments. I suppose that's not a surprise, but I was really shocked to hear what a small demographic these bicycles will be used by. And to have a program that has, I don't think anyone thinks the docks by themselves are attractive, and they do tend to recede. But by the time you have bicycles in them, they are going to be much more noticeable. And a leafy decal on the bicycle doesn't make it fit with Santa Barbara. And this effort for years has been put on creating 4.2 miles of waterfront that is open to view and public access. And without these kinds of things in it, I suppose it'd be, if the commission is going to go ahead and majority vote for this, and I guess we've, as the city council tied our hands. You got to approve it because they want this program. I don't see that this program is doing more than providing toys for tourists in the waterfront, while detracting from what makes tourists want to come here in the first place. If it does go ahead, none of these facilities should be on the water side of Cabrillo.
And Commissioner Lodge, I don't want you to feel your hands are tied. Our hands are not tied. Okay, we have broad discretion, so I want everybody to feel they can express themselves fully, and the council has not directed us to do anything in particular. So we need to do our jobs today. Thank you.
Okay, well, I do not think these programs, Mr. Dayton says, we get a bike share program out of it. I don't think the negative aspects of it and the population that it will serve makes it worthwhile. And so I'm opposed to granting the coastal development permit for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Deliberations, who would like to go next? Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really interested in my fellow commissioners' comments. And I'm interested, I really feel that this could go a long way towards assisting people to get to places where they will spend money. And I think that's important. I am very interested, first of all, in making sure that our conditions of approval limit this to the duration of the pilot program. That's not in there now, but I think we need to put it in there. In terms of your comment, Madam Chair, about, let me just go to the conditions of approval, if I can find them here. In terms of, this would be on page, on page 7 of 58 in our packet, which is page 1 of the conditions of approval, under D1B. I think that that's where we could add some language, Chair Schwartz, in terms of, I think what I wrote down was shall be located substantially as shown on plans approved by the PC or in other locations depending upon demand in accordance with the Planning Commission's conditions of approval. If you add that language, then they will have to come back if there's something in the conditions of approval that make them come back to us, not to
Could you
revoke.
read that phrase again, Commissioner Wiscombe? Just read it
Yeah,
slowly, please.
it's in D, general conditions, and I actually had this as one of my notes to discuss during deliberations. So this is on page 1 of conditions of approval, which is 7 of 58 in our packet for
Yes.
this item.
And we have that on the screen now, just so everybody can
Yeah.
look at
Okay,
the
and
language.
I'm under B. And I was a little bit uncomfortable, as you were, Chair Schwartz, with having them go just to the Community Development Department Planning Division on other future locations within the coastal zone, and similar documentation provided for known locations to ensure locations remain consistent with the project approval. So I just felt that we should add something about, I'm just going to stop here for 1 sec. We had a very big discrepancy in this presentation from what's in our documents. We showed 2 kiosks in our documents, and now we have Mr. Dayton saying minimum of 4 and showing 5 different locations for possible kiosks. I think kiosks is one of our big problems. So I think what I added here, I said, shouldn't this state that they shall be located substantially as shown on plans approved by the Planning Commission or in other locations depending upon demand in accordance with the Planning Commission's conditions of approval. Something to that language, and then we actually craft how many kiosks we want. I would be comfortable with, I think these should all, I agree with Commissioner Lodge, these should be on the mountainside, not on the ocean side. And I think that there should be maximum of 3 kiosks. Mr. Dayton said 4. I don't know how that number came up, but maximum of 3 kiosks. And they would be strategically spaced on the east side, the central portion, and the west side close to, we've talked about locating perhaps one in the park across from the nasty bird site, I'll put it that way, at Castillo and Cabrillo. Those three would be just locations where I think we could do it more discreetly as long as they're on the mountainside. So that's what I could support, would be a maximum of 3 kiosks at this point. And if there was a trigger to add more for some reason, then they would have to come back to us. That's my feeling.
Or move the 4. I mean, not only expand, but move the 4 somewhere else.
I'm saying 3. I think three. If you look at the map and you look at where they had the 2 proposed locations in our packet, the one that seemed to be missing, I think, was more of the central location. And I think there's probably options for that. And perhaps, there's a docking station on one side, there's a pedestrian crosswalk, and the kiosk is on the other side. So that they all are on the mountainside and in places that are I would say more obscure.
Commissioner Wiscombe, can I ask you, this is a little interactive if you don't mind. So
no.
Mr. Dayton, you don't mind? Thank you. Mr. Dayton mentioned he would be agreeable to removing location number 4, which is referenced as harbor, because this is the area of the birds. No, not number 4. We talked, well, hold on, let me look at mine. No, this is number 5. I think we're talking number 5, number 5, Cabrillo Castillo. I was looking at my notes.
He said he'd be interested in moving to the other side of the street.
That's right. So we have a relocation of that one.
Right.
And do we still have 10 total? I'm trying to follow the bouncing ball with all the conversation thus far.
I don't think, are you talking about 10 docking stations total?
No, I'm talking about 10 locations, and now we're talking 10 locations separate from kiosks. So I don't know if staff wants to come on.
There's 10 locations. There's 10 locations shown on the plan. I don't know if we need all 10, and I would like to give them the flexibility to. I think that the docking stations are, if they're located on the mountainside and they're sensitively located, they're more obscured. I don't think that there's a problem with those. I think that should be something to make the program successful. That should be something that they have the option of doing. Maybe they start with 5 locations and then it grows to 7 locations or whatever. I think depending upon the success of the program, that's important. The flexibility is important in the program. What I'm concerned about are the kiosks, and hearing my fellow commissioners talk about how intrusive they are, that we should be limiting the number of kiosks, and we should be limiting the locations of those kiosks to the mountainside and also to 3 different points that cover East Cabrillo, West Cabrillo, and the central area.
Okay, and then finally, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, Commissioner Wiscombe, but I just want to be perfectly clear as we head ultimately to a vote. Then with the language change you're suggesting in D1B, are you in support then of having staff return to the Planning Commission with these changes so we can actually see location, number of kiosks or number of stations, including kiosks, and the look, the visual aesthetics, or not?
I think that
or let the 3 years ride out.
I think staff has done a good job of showing potential locations. I hope they don't start with all 10 locations. Mr. Dayton might want to comment on that. I think that what the map that we have was given to us for some flexibility in locations. Is that correct, Mr. Dayton?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, it is for flexibility, but these were the original proposed locations to start with. I think the ambiguity is more about the kiosks and whether we do that. The thing that I'd like, I totally appreciate, as I was surprised by some of the changes at last minute about the kiosks, about the docking systems and their appropriateness in the coastal zone. This is the 3.0, the low profile. I would point out that we have many hitching posts in the waterfront that have bicycles of varying design, newness, oldness, junkiness, and this will be orderly and new in comparison. So think of yourself as positioning bike racks, and remember there is no there's no CDB required for us to put in a bike rack in the waterfront. We do that all the time. We move them all the time. And so this is no different. The kiosk discussion clearly is a different animal than a bike rack. So just offer that.
Good clarification. Thank you. Back
I
to you,
appreciate
Commissioner
that.
Wisdom.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with the docking stations. Commissioner Lodge made the comment, well, when they're full of bikes, they're, going to look a lot more bulky and obtrusive or intrusive than they look, empty. But I think they add a certain vibrancy to the waterfront. It's the kiosks that I have a problem with, mainly. And as we talked about, the location of particularly the one at Castillo and Cabrillo, which definitely needs to move to the other side of the street, out from underneath those trees. Is there anything else you wanted me to comment on, Madam Chair?
I don't think
that,
so. Just whatever
Yeah,
you feel comfortable.
I just think if we go with the language shall be located substantially as shown on plans approved by the PC, and we have somehow made the comment, if my fellow commissioners agree, that they go on the mountainside wherever possible, or some language to that effect. And then we add, or in other locations, depending upon demand, in accordance with the Planning Commission conditions of approval. And maybe we add a condition that says we limit it to 10, which is the 10 shown on the plan. And if they have to be, for some reason, moved for some flexibility, I know that they're installed for the flexibility to move them depending upon demand. So if they need to be moved, I think that the program should have that flexibility. But, I think we have to give them a little bit of wiggle room. I see Ms. Ostrander on here.
Yes, Ms. Ostrander, did you want to join us?
Chair Schwartz, Vice Chair Wiscombe, I want to inquire just from a drafting standpoint so that I make sure that when the motion is made, or if you're requesting any assistance from Ms. DeBusk and I, that I understand what you want. So you want to, if assuming other commissioners agree, I'm just speaking to you, Vice Chair Wiscombe, what you were suggesting is that we put in a subsequent condition that limits the charging stations, I guess, the solar stations, to 3 on the mountainside. That would be a condition. And then to provide staff with the programmatic flexibility to move the actual just docking stations, absent the solar station chargings. Staff has that flexibility through the programmatic EAR, or you are considering adding a condition to just limit it to 10. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah. I think that we need to give them the flexibility in the locations. They're showing 10. They've shown the locations where they are. If they need some flexibility in changing a location because they're going to get higher demand, of on the other side of the street or, a block away, as long as they don't, I think that's important. And in terms of the kiosks, if they're limited to 3, they have to be spaced east, central, and west.
Excellent. Thank you. That makes it much clearer for me. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And then also back to the kiosks and your findings under the Coastal Act, because I just want to bring us round to the why we would be limiting, which is within your purview, but it's to protect and address the Public Resources Code. Is that correct?
Yeah, the visual resources, yes. Yeah, definitely. And also, Ms. Ostranger, the condition that's not in there that really essentially needs to be in there, in my opinion, is that this is a programmatic CDP that goes from the inception to the 3-year duration of the pilot program, and then that CDP expires.
Understood. I understand your comments now. Thank you. And I'll keep my ears out for the deliberations as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Ostrander, where would you recommend that we place the 3-year pilot program duration currently in the conditions of approval? Do you have any recommended placement?
If I get the consensus that that's where the rest of the commission is going, I think, Ms. DeBusk I know she's been kind of listening in where we would want.
Okay.
We do have, I think we have some a recommendation we could give to you.
Okay, I'm going to make a note of that as well. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay, very good. Anything else, Commissioner Wiscombe, before we continue on?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just go back. Sorry, I have to go back to the conditions of approval again, because I did make a note of where I thought the 3-year.
Okay.
It's on page 2 under time limits.
Yeah.
And my question there was going to be, since the pilot project has a 3-year duration, shouldn't the CDP coincide with that duration and be limited to 3 years? So I think that's probably where that limitation goes.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Wiscombe, just to be clear, this time limit section is the time that the applicant has to initiate their project or to establish their project. So it's a little bit different than the length of the permit itself. But we can work through, find the right place for it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, who would like to go next with deliberations? Who hasn't gone yet? Commissioner Escobedo, are you ready? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I have to be as blunt as possible. I think the discussion around these kiosks is really exaggerated. I agree that they should be on the mountainside, but we're really talking about 4 kiosks. And I think when we weigh the public benefit versus what B-Cycle is able to offer the city, the benefits far outweigh the cons. I'm not saying that I'm happy that it was thrown on the city that they are now an additional 2 feet for the 1.0 dock. It's my preference that we have none of the 1.0 docks and that they're all the 3.0s. And then we have the enrollment kiosks because those are the expected 9 feet. But to revolve this conversation so much on these kiosks, it's almost like we're punishing B-Cycle for innovation. Any other shared mobility program that has a dock that I have seen has a kiosk on it. And so the discussion would be much different if we're talking about dozens of kiosks throughout the city, but we're talking about 4. So I just want to start there.
Commissioner Escobedo, if you could hold on one moment. Staff,
Yes.
could you please put the slide up that shows the parameters of the kiosks we're talking about, I think it would be helpful to have the visual in front of us. If we could go back to that, please, Mr. Bolton. Whichever, I don't remember. Yes, that one. Thank you very much. Back to you, Commissioner Escobedo.
So this is a good depiction. I would say no 1.0 stations with the kiosk. That's the kiosk that would be 11 feet tall with the solar panel. I say that we do all 3.0s. They're very low profile. And in all of the places that we were going to have the 1.0 station with the kiosk, we have an enrollment kiosk next to the 3.0s. I like Vice Chair Wiscombe's idea of spacing out the kiosks so that they don't have such a big impediment. I'm very on board with Commissioner Lodge's point about having them mountainside. But really what a shared mobility program offers us is a key component in us addressing climate change. And based on a survey done by the National Household Travel Survey, 40% of our trips are 2 miles or less that we're getting in our cars. 28% are a mile or less. If we can have a electric assist shared mobility program, many more of those trips can be taken emissions free, and those are going to be Santa Barbarans that are using this program. They're not just toys for people from out of town to use them. Yes, they are fun to ride, I will admit, but this is a really big component. And I think what B-Cycle has offered us is the best shared mobility program that comes with a dock that I have ever seen. They are low profile. They fit what Santa Barbara is looking for. They do not obstruct views. And I think this is the best on the market. So I am in support of offering them the programmatic CDP. And I am less inclined to agree with triggers where they would have to come back to the Planning Commission unless it was something substantially different, like them completely redesigning the dock system. I personally would like an annual update. I think that would be reasonable to see how the program is going, to see where they have moved these docks, if they have, in the coastal zone. And I think with those annual updates and getting regular updates for the next 3 years, for our commission, we can make note of the positive things that have happened and the negative. And so in 3 years, when we revisit whether or not to make this a permanent program, we have a lot more information to go off of rather than 3 years from now trying to revisit it and getting all of that information in one sitting and not necessarily being able to give any feedback. And I think that's one way that the public can be included in this process. But I agree with Mr. Dayton that flexibility is going to be key, because where they're placing these docks to start is based on their best assumption. And the way it plays out in reality may not be in accordance with what those assumptions are. And so if we really want to give this the best opportunity to succeed so that we get a realistic evaluation 3 years from now, we have to provide that flexibility. And if, for example, there are really poor decisions made between now and 3 years, that's when we can really say, this does not work for Santa Barbara. So I personally would be in favor of an annual update. I think, let me see.
Commissioner Escobedo, if I could prompt you for a couple of other items on our list. Yes. Mountainside only.
I would be okay with mountainside only. Yeah.
And that includes relocation of number 5, which would mean then moving it somewhere appropriate on the mountainside. Yes. Including the 3-year pilot program duration language in the conditions of approval. It's missing now. And then, yes. Commissioner Wiscombe added some additional revised language in D1B, which will have staff wordsmith for us and read back to us.
That revised language,
We'll have staff read it.
Okay.
Well, okay, I won't press you on that. We'll have staff read it back. So I'm asking staff, per your suggestion, to also include an annual update in a public hearing with the Planning Commission, and we'll call it an annual update.
Mhm.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking staff to add that to the list. Anything else, Commissioner Escobedo?
Just the last comment that I'm not convinced that the only demographic that is going to be that will be using these bikes are going to be 25 to 34. I think that was a demographic that we put Ms. Rosenberg on the spot. She didn't have the data. That might have been a question we should have asked prior to, or asked her to be ready to present. I think this is going to be attractive to a wider audience than that. Having, like I mentioned earlier, having ridden one of these before, there is actually a wider demographic that will be willing to hop onto one of these electric assist bikes. So I wanted to make that comment. And then the last thing, I would really encourage B-Cycle and staff to have the conversation about providing disinfectant wipes at many of these docking stations, even if it's only the largest ones, for the duration of the rest of this pandemic. Post-pandemic, let's say a couple years from now, a year from now, you can get rid of that infrastructure, but I think it would be nice, and I don't know that we should count on people bringing their own disinfectant wipes with them everywhere. They may have hand sanitizer, but that's probably the last comment. It's more of a suggestion for staff to have that conversation with B-Cycle, but I wouldn't want it to be a part of the CDP linkage.
And Commissioner Escobedo, also on your list, I noted, and to look at the visual in front of us, your recommendation was to have the kiosks be 3.0, 9 feet, not 11. Did I write that down correctly?
So my recommendation is to have none of the 1.0 stations with the kiosks, and that they all be the 3.0 docking stations, and everywhere where they plan on having a kiosk, that they use the enrollment kiosk, because that enrollment kiosk is 9 feet tall with the solar panel, versus the other kiosk would be 11 feet with the solar panel.
Okay, I'm hoping staff got all of that. I'm just going to feel confident that staff got all that. Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you, Madam
Escobedo.
Chair.
Let's see. So yes, Commissioner Bonderson, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to go through what I think I've put together as bullet points based on your constant questions to hit all of these. And if I miss one, you'll let me know. I was going to say, I was going to start with the fact that I can support this effort. I believe in bikes being part of our transportation network, but I don't think we're quite ready to launch this as we stand here today. So I agree with the conditions and the language that has been offered. I think that Vice Chair Wiscombe is in the right direction, and I'm excited to hear what staff is going to put together for us to vote on today. I agree very strongly with Commissioner Lodge's suggestion about simply putting these kiosks on the mountainside. I also agree with the fact that less is more, and I would really like to see as few kiosks as we can get away with and still sustain the program properly. I think it's fair to say that a person will walk a block or two if they need this kiosk, and that if they're interested in using this system and they need to sign in for the first time, or they need to do something that requires the kiosk, that they will be prepared to do so. I think we have missed a small demographic. Well, it's not small. I think we've missed a demographic here. And because of the pandemic, we might not notice them or remember them, but we had a pretty significant student population, not only from our City College and UCSB, but also the international students who come here. And many of them don't come here with vehicles. So this is going to be a great service to that demographic as well. And those are individuals who live here and they pay rent here and they use our services and they want to use methods to get around. And so I really think it's important as staff continues to consider locations and potentially improve placement, that they consider making these stations available at our main transportation hubs, like at the bus station, at the train station, simply to allow people who do use other forms of public transportation or even drive in with their own personal car to step out of their vehicle, to step out off the bus and step onto a bike and allow their bicycle to take them the rest of the distance.
Commissioner Bonderson, I want to ask you to be clear, just so as we're going through the list. You said as few kiosks as possible, but we have now a recommendation for us to consider a maximum of 3. What is your firm position on a maximum of 3?
I have to admit that I will have a little bit of difficulty understanding exactly what a maximum of 3 looks like at this moment until I can see it placed on a map. Because I think that 3 could work, but I can't be sure until I see where they're located.
Well, what about if I'm going to just intervene for a moment. When we heard a general description, I think from Commissioner Wiscombe, spacing them out across the mountainside of Cabrillo, and I'll let Commissioner Wiscombe, if you'd like to provide any, I don't want to have too much dynamic back and forth here and press you all, but I really want to try to bring us now to a firm list with help from staff and wordsmithing. So Commissioner Wiscombe, you said something about 3 kiosks out across the boulevard. Yes?
Three kiosks, Madam Chair, on the mountainside, geographically spaced. So one serves East Cabrillo, one serves the more central area, and one serves West Cabrillo. And I also appreciated Commissioner Escobedo's idea that they be the enrollment stations. I think that's important because anyone else will use their phone and they've already signed into the program and have the program operating. So I think that's what they should be, and that they be as discreetly placed as possible. That's was my other comment.
Thank you. Very good. Back to you, Commissioner Bonderson. And if you would please go through the list. I don't want to have to keep interrupting you, but if you would go through the list so that we're not missing anything, so that when we get to the vote, it's a very clean, clear vote with staff's assistance. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, specifically to Vice Chair Wiscombe. With that information, I absolutely 100% agree with that location layout. I feel very strongly about having them spaced out and having them anchor at the 2 ends. I also wanted to agree with the 9-foot or possibly less if there's a design option for that, but nothing more than the 9 feet, as Commissioner Escobedo had gone into significant detail. And with that image on the screen that we had at our disposal earlier, I wanted to even go one step further and suggest if there is a possibility not to have the circular logo or an additional accessory, but to really truly keep them as discreet as possible, to additionally reduce their height. Anything that can be done to consider aesthetics for our community is strongly encouraged. I also would like to hit on something that was mentioned earlier, which was not only to be over on the mountainside, not only to be as discreet as possible, but if there's ever a building available, to keep it as close to that as possible as well, just to really tuck it back, but not to be so hidden that we don't see it, but to be part of the current backdrop would be wonderful. I believe I've hit everything that you've
suggested,
Um,
and
How about the annual update at PC in a public PC hearing?
thank you. I actually wanted to end with a slightly different version of that because I have a little bit of difficulty today moving forward with the format of approval that we're suggesting without it coming back to us to actually see what has been done with our recommendations. I suggest that since this is a pilot project and we have given a lot of direction today, that we ask staff to complete this initial phase of applying and doing the research and working together to find out how that equipment, what the possibilities of that equipment are to reach our goals here today, and to see that before we initiate the next step, which is to go forward with the programmatic CDP. Now that's a little bit
Commissioner
different.
Bonderson, I'm not clear myself on what you're saying and what you're suggesting. Could you refine that, please, for me?
Certainly. And I apologize to you and to everyone else if that wasn't clear. Let me try again. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we will move forward today with these conditions and not see this again until a 1-year review point. Am I correct? That's what's been discussed here?
Thus far.
I see Vice Chair Wiscombe nodding. Thank you.
Thus
that
far.
was my understanding, and I'm not comfortable with that setup. Now, I might stand alone on that, but I would personally like to see what this effort of our joint discussion here and our recommendations will bring together before we just let them move forward with implementation. I think for me, it's important to see what they come together with and to be able to approve that to move forward with this programmatic CDP. But that's
When you say you want to see, what do you want to see?
Thank you. I should have been more clear. I would like to see it come back to Planning Commission.
And with what materials in particular, what information that we don't have today?
Excellent. With a map with the new locations, with a very specific design that shows us whatever color they've come to decide upon, and what that will look like after they take into consideration all of our suggestions today for design of the kiosks, color-wise and design-wise. I would like to see where things will be relocated for the ones that we've actually discussed relocation for. And I know that there's been a few other things that we've discussed. If someone goes back and watches this recording later, there's been a number of suggestions that Mr. Dayton felt, at least expressed, would be of consideration. So I would like to have those things considered, and I'd like to see those things put together on a map with a, let's call it a final design or a updated design that comes back to us at PC for us to actually see what they've achieved. And we see Ms. Ostringer, that can never be good.
Well, hold on before we have Ms. Ostringer speak. Are you then recommending, it'd be your recommendation for a continuance of this for staff to return to us with the applicant and staff with those details, refined details from what we may be recommending? Is that a continuance? Is that what you're suggesting?
Thank you for providing me with the terminology, Chair Schwartz. I appreciate it greatly. Yes, it sounds like that is exactly what I'm asking for, and that is the right terminology. So if I could suggest that, we could vote on it, see where it lands.
Okay, let me ask Ms. Ostringer to come back now. If you have a moment, Ms. Ostringer, please.
Chair Schwartz, I was just going to point out for Commissioner Bonderson that yes, to clarify that she was asking for a continuance, and then also pointing out that, and this is truly the commission's discretion if they wanted to move in this direction. Once we focus that, it becomes less of a programmatic CDP and becomes more of our what we would consider, a traditional project approval CDP with less flexibility. So that's within the commission's discretion. I just wanted to make that clear.
Ms. Ostranger, what that you've heard thus far would make this less flexible and then not constitute a programmatic CDP?
Chair Schwartz, the way I was understanding Commissioner Bonderson's comment was that the bike share would come back with a very set, specific plan on where each location would be, and that there would be no further expansion of the program. It would be set at that level. That was my understanding, and Commissioner Bonderson can clarify.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not trying to limit it further. I would just like to maybe push back our starting point, our launching pad, as if today didn't happen and we come back again and see a more refined proposal, simply because there were so many things that were different between the presentation and the materials that were provided, as well as some conflicting information. I think it would be really useful to us to have a more streamlined, more consistent information to work with. So with that,
let's have Mr. Dayton comment. He's online now with us. Mr. Dayton.
Chair Schwartz, to Commissioner Bonderson's concerns, it would be really troubling if we're holding up the bike share program just for the issue of the kiosks. So if you were, there's no discrepancies in the application for the 3.0 docs whatsoever. We're asking for permission to put those, as the council has instructed us to do, with the bike share program that includes the waterfront with flexibility, just like we would bike racks. If there are issues with the troubles of the kiosks, which I completely sympathize with you and am feeling your pain as well, then just move forward with the 3.0 docs, and we can come back and talk about the kiosks with more of a refined model for you to choose on. But to hold up the entire program because there's a discrepancy in the kiosks, that would be really challenging for us. We've already been delayed by 8 months in this program, and then the other thing I would say too is I would really discourage the commission from coming back in a year, just because that is for B cycle. What is the commission going to do and limit or propose that be limited or take it away or added at that point for B cycle, who's running a business and has been given a 3-year pilot program by the council? What would be the purpose of that? They've agreed to the 3-year pilot program as a part of their business model to put further restrictions on that, which are unknown. That if you should want to come back, if you had restrictions on what you would decide at that point, maybe that would be something that would not be a financial issue for them. But they've committed to a 3-year program, and so that would be our request.
Yeah, Chair.
Ms. Ostranger?
Yes. Chair Schwartz, to Mr. Dayton's comment, yes, if it returned, it would be only to receive an update. There could be no action by the commission.
Yes, and that was my, I want to comment if I could. When I heard Commissioner Escobedo make that offer that, it was my thought, my assumption that simply would be an update, but it's an update for the public as well. Transparency is very important here. Public engagement is very important here. So the update was not to reconfigure the CDP or revoke a CDP, but it's to provide the public, including the Planning Commission, with an update on the myriad details that we're now having to wrestle with today on a brand new program in our very sensitive coastal zone. Mr. Dayton, did you want to say anything else before I go to Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I would just say we will be giving updates to the council regarding the citywide program and its success, and also the statistics, and that is also through the Transportation Circulation Committee, which is entirely their purview. I can understand another layer, but the public will be very well aware of the success of the program.
Ms. Ostranger?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, and to the commission, just to the point, if if you're applying a condition, it needs to in some way relate back to the findings that are for the purpose of issuing the permit. So if you were to require an annual check-in, it sounds like Mr. Dayton's going to be on top of that in general, but just please relate it back and the purpose it serves with the findings, either for.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Wiscombe, you've had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to be very clear about something that I proposed, and that's that we limit it to 3 kiosks and that they be on the mountainside. And where possible, the docking stations be on the mountainside. But I think it's critical that we apply flexibility here and not ask staff to come back with very specific things. I think, if by limiting the number of kiosks, which seems to be an issue, and keeping them on the mountainside, and as Mr. Dayton said, they install bicycle racks. They don't require a CDP. I think they can install docking stations. These are movable. If there's a problem, they're movable. That was very clear in our staff report. So I just want to be clear about that.
Okay, thank you.
And I also wanted to I was going to ask the question if this is going to come back to council for updates, because if it is, and it's going to go through Transportation and Circulation Committee, I think we would just be an extra step that's a costly step that's probably unnecessary. It'll be in the public. Thank you.
Commissioner Escobedo, before I go to my comments, I'd like to come back to you to ask you if you still would like to, and this is no pressure, I'm simply asking if you still think it's important for an annual update at the Planning Commission to be included in the conditions of approval. And again, either way, just your preference.
Thank you for asking, Madam Chair. No, I don't. I think if it's going to council, that's even better. I think more people are going to see it at a council meeting. It's going to have a far greater reach, and I think many of us will read the Newshawk article the day after, or we'll get to watch the meeting. So I think we'll all be well informed.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm glad I came back to you. I'm going to take that off the list for now. I'm going to go to my comments, and Commissioner Reed again had to leave us around 4 o'clock, so he will not be able to participate in the vote, unfortunately. First, I want to say as an overarching comment that both philosophically and from policy and environmentally, bike share has a very important place in our offerings to both locals and visitors, or I should say bicycles, period. And of course they're important, and we want to be innovative, and we need to try new ways of providing transportation, I'll say reconfiguring our transportation system, which means higher use, more environmentally, I would say sustainable uses, which includes bicycles of all types, mostly for locals, but also for visitors. Now, with that, we have a very specific mission today, and that's to consider this discretionary application for a programmatic coastal development permit. While I personally have some hesitations about some aspects of the program, I've really tried to work through them today to find a balance of comfort in moving forward, which I think is very important, and also providing the right conditions, restrictions, because the coastal zone is not like inland. I think I would like to underscore that. Our coastal zone, coastal area, is not the same as providing bike share and all the details of a bike share program in our inland area of our city. And so there are greater sensitivities, and we have the Coastal Act to consider. Today we have to consider that. And so I believe that even though we have spent quite a bit of time through our inquiry and our deliberations, that it's warranted. And I think the public appreciates that from us. in terms of safeguarding and considering what we're placing, where we're placing, and what it looks like in our coastal zone, and for whom, who are the intended users of these resources. So with that, I would like to ask staff to come online and please begin to go through the proposed revised conditions of approval, and let's see if we can pull that together as swiftly as possible to then go to a vote. And I'm sure there'll be discussion. Well, we'll have a motion, of course, a motion and a second if one is in hand, and then discussion on that motion to see if we have a majority. Do we need reconfirm for us? Do we need 4 or 5 votes on the motion today for a programmatic CDP, Mr. Busk?
Chair Schwartz, we only need 4 votes, 4 positive votes.
Okay, so with Commissioner Reed absent, so of 6, we would need 4. So 4 of 6. Okay, Mr. Busk, please assist us now with some revisions to the conditions of approval.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Timmy, if you could go up to the first condition, I think that's where the majority of the changes would be located, so letter A. I recommend some changes to the main text, and I will just read through that slowly for you. The first insertion would go after the first sentence. So it would read, the development of the real property approved by the Planning Commission on November 19th, 2020 is limited to bike share stations within the coastal zone, located within city right-of-way or on city-owned property, comma, for an approximate 3-year bike share pilot program as determined by the City Council. And then the next sentence would be, as it exists, the station locations shall not be an environmentally sensitive habitat area, and that existing trees shall be preserved. And then adding an additional sentence at the end that states, following the 3-year pilot program, the applicant shall return to the Planning Commission for a new coastal development permit, including any for a new coastal development permit. And then after that would be all of the specific limitations or additions that you want to add. And so at this point, I'll read through the ones that I believe have had the most support. Number 1 would be to remove location 5, located at Cabrillo Castillo, due to potential conflicts with trees and associated birds. Where possible, locate the docking stations on the mountainside of Cabrillo Boulevard. Kiosks shall be the enrollment kiosk with a maximum height of approximately 9 feet. Do not install any kiosks on the ocean side of Cabrillo Boulevard. A maximum of 3 kiosks may be allowed in the coastal zone, strategically spaced along Cabrillo Boulevard, with 1 at each location between East Beach area, Central Cabrillo Boulevard near State Street, and West Beach area. Kiosks shall be installed as discreetly as possible. And then the other change would be the one that Commissioner Wiscombe discussed in condition D1B, to add that all bike share station locations shall be located substantially as shown on the plans approved by the Planning Commission or in other locations, depending upon demand and in accordance with the Planning Commission's conditions of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe, please, to the edits that Mr. Busk just read.
Amazing edits. I had one question. Is the kiosk that were, what's it called, enrollment kiosk, is that 9 feet tall with the solar panel, or is it 11? That
is with the solar panel, is my understanding.
9 feet tall with the solar panel, so we're all right with that. Okay, so that's the solar panel, and that whole thing is 9 feet. Can we confirm that with with someone just to make sure? I know it's shown here. It says approximately
Dayton?
9. It says approximately 9 feet tall. So could we change the language to approximately 9 feet tall, Ms. DeBusk? I can't remember what you say.
That is what I
And-
have.
Okay. And the other one is, we actually talked about, you said eliminating number 5, I think.
Relocating number 5.
Yeah, I think you said eliminating. Did you not, Ms. DeBusk? Yeah, we actually talked about relocating that to across the street. And you covered that it could go in, it could go in the Plaza Del Mar or Pershing Park across the street if it had to. So, and if Mr. Dayton can negotiate that change. But I think it's important that that's really the west end of Cabrillo by West Beach. And I think it's important to have a station there, but just not in the bird poop area. Excuse my.
Yeah, we know, we understand that. Ms. DeBusk, I want to ask you for your reference to Mountainside, because that may be different from what I'm comfortable supporting. Could you go back and read that portion of the language?
Yes, so that was related to the docking stations, and it said, where possible, locate the docking stations on the mountainside of Cabrillo Boulevard.
Where possible, okay.
Which was different than the kiosk condition, which was that they shall not be on the ocean side.
Okay. Commissioner Lodge, I don't mean to put you on a spot, but I'm curious about your opinion. If we put all of these on the mountainside, are you leaning more support? How do you feel? I'd like to know your thoughts before we go to a motion and a vote. We can't, just unmute yourself, Commissioner Lodge, please.
Sorry. That's a lot better, a lot more acceptable. Although
Okay.
I have my doubts, as you heard, about the program as a whole.
I know, Commissioner Lodge. I just wanted to see if we're trying to bring together 4 votes, if that would make you more comfortable to have a requirement that they all be on the mountainside.
It does. It does.
Okay. Commissioner Escobedo, please. You have your hand up.
A requirement would probably not have my support.
Okay, that's too bad. All right, well, I guess we're back to the language that Ms. DeBusk. Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yeah, I just have a question. Did you ask Commissioner Lodge if all the docking stations had to be on the mountainside, or we were okay, so the kiosks are on the mountainside, and whatever language Chair Schwartz you want to use is fine. But the docking stations where possible is different, and I'm wondering if I think that's the language Ms. DeBusk used. And
yes, she's nodding yes, right.
Yeah, for maximum flexibility, I think, you might have some on the ocean side
okay,
for accessing the program. And I'm just wondering, Commissioner Lodge, are you comfortable with that language?
Well, as I said, it's better than allowing them on the ocean side. However, I have serious questions about in the waterfront.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel differently about it other places in town.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. DeBusk, are those are the final proposed edits that you just articulated to us, right? That's it.
Those are the ones
you just
that
read.
I identified.
Okay, so before we go to a motion, if there's anybody wants to make a motion, are there any additional comments? Because otherwise I'm going to ask for a motion. And if Mr. Busk needs to reread, I know that's tedious, but just so we're all very clear about what we're voting on, either for or against, any other questions about what Mr. Busk just read as revisions? Crystal clear already? Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Okay, would anyone like to make a motion, and it would, any motion would require incorporation of all the revisions that Ms. DeBusk read?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we make the findings on page 5 of the staff report and approve a programmatic coastal development coastal development permit with the changes in the conditions of approval that were outlined by Ms. DeBusk by staff.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first by Commissioner Wiscombe, a second by Commissioner Escobedo. Any discussion on that motion before we ask staff to do a voice vote? No discussion. Okay, either Ms. Rydell or another staff member, would you please do a voice vote on that motion?
I'm still here. I will begin the voice roll call vote now. We'll start with Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
No.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed is absent. Commissioner Bonderson.
No.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
The motion passes with 4 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 absence.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, everyone, this was difficult, but and I hope those who feel that this should have been, a short slam dunk, I hope on reflections, there'll be an understanding of how important the far-ranging inquiry and deliberations were. When we're doing something new, especially in our sensitive coastal zone, I think that we owe it to the coast, and we owe it to our community to do it with great care. So it's 4:57. We have one additional item, unless staff, Ms. DeBusk, you're coming online, please. Would you like to comment right now?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. If you could just announce the appeal process.
Oh, yes, there's a 10-day appeal, 10-day appeal for the item that we just voted on. Now, I want to attend to the remainder of our agenda today. I usually, as you know, like to conclude our hearings, if at all possible, very close to 6 p.m. So that they are not marathon hearings. Now we have one more item, but I'm inclined to just take a 5-minute break. I owe that to everyone, a health break. And then we have one more item, unless staff tells me otherwise, that this should be continued given the hour of the day. I'm not seeing Ms. DeBusk come online about a continuance. So let's do this. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's say 5:05. We'll return, and then let's be very focused and expeditious in our next item, which is the application of David and Barbara Moline, owner of 3405 Sea Ledge Lane. Thank you very much. We're in recess. 2020. And I will ask staff to come online for our next item, which is 3405 Sea Ledge Lane. And commissioners, you don't need to have your webcams on for this portion. We're going to have Mr. Dostalik make a presentation, and then we'll see if there's any public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the commission for questions and finally deliberations. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Dostalik, and please take it away. We're looking to be focused and efficient for this remaining item.
Got it. Thank you, Chair Schwartz, and good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Robert Dostalik, staff planner with the Community Development Department. And as noted, the item before you is an amendment to conditions of approval request for a project located at 3405 Sea Ledge Lane. The coastal development permit for the project was approved by the Planning Commission last year, and the project should look familiar to some of you. Next slide, please. And the project site is located at the intersection of Sea Ledge Lane and Cliff Drive. And this is the slide of the Planning Commission approved site plan. The overall project involved demolition of an existing residence and garage to construct a new residence, garage, and detached ADU on an approximately 1.3 acre parcel on the coastal bluff. And the labeled gray shapes in the upper portion of the lot represent these approved structures. The approved wastewater sanitation method for the development was to connect to city sewer. And next slide, please. And this is a quick overview of the project history and where it stands today. On October 3rd of 2019, the Planning Commission approved the original project. And this past summer, demolition, grading, and building permits were issued, and rough grading has been completed and foundation work for the garage has commenced. And some of you may have even noticed the garage foundation work underway if you had the opportunity to visit the site. And then this fall, the city received a request from the applicant to allow use of an on-site wastewater treatment system, acronym is OWTS, OWTS, instead of connecting to city sewer. And this was based on challenges the applicant encountered while trying to execute the sewer connection. And I'll expand more on that in a moment. And also, as I work my way through the staff presentation and in the staff report, I want to mention that the terms on-site wastewater treatment system, or OWTS, and septic system are used interchangeably. Septic system is more of an antiquated term, but is still frequently used colloquially. And next slide, please. And so a bit on the purpose of the hearing and the project conditions. Why are we here today? So the purpose of the meeting is to revisit the project conditions that were an element of the October 2019 Planning Commission approval. And it's important to note that the abandonment of the existing septic system and connection to sewer was volunteered and requested by the applicant as an element of their project proposal. And connection to the city sewer system was not a city requirement, and I would like to emphasize that. However, once the project was approved by the Planning Commission, the request to abandon the septic system and connect to city sewer became requirements through the project description and conditions of approval. And in this slide, you'll see the project description excerpt and the private force main agreement condition noted. And these are some of the adjustments that are on the table today. And therefore, amending the project description or striking or revising a condition requires action by the Planning Commission. However, although not eligible in this instance, minor adjustments and revisions to projects often qualify for what are called substantial conformance determinations. And these do not always require returning to a Planning Commission hearing for a decision. I just wanted to point out that there is more than one post-project approval path for requested revisions. And next slide, please. And this is a simplified version. This is actually the slide that shows the Planning Commission approved utility plan. And the red line was added that indicates the sewer lateral extension from the residence and ADU into the adjoining property at 3410 Sea Ledge Lane. And a private sewer lateral extends from the 3410 Sea Ledge Lane property to a city sewer main on Braemar Drive. approximately 550 feet to the northeast of the project site. However, the applicant encountered challenges obtaining permission from all the property owners in which the sewer easement and lateral passes. Next slide, please. And this is a good exhibit that was provided by the applicant. And you'll notice the 310 and 3405 Sea Ledge Lane properties in the lower left-hand corner of the image. And this illustration shows how the private sewer extension snakes across property lines toward the city sewer main on Braemar Drive. And the applicant will also have an opportunity to expand a little more on this with some additional detail. Next slide, please. And this slide notes the proposed amendments to the project. And to clarify terminology usage and to address written correspondence received, one of the public comments that we received, there are new components to the proposed OAT system, and there are existing components to the proposed OAT system that are existing and proposed to be reused. The proposal involves installation of a new 1,200-gallon septic tank and a new 800-gallon advanced treatment system tank, along with a distribution box. The 3 dry wells are existing and are proposed to be reused. The reason the existing septic tank cannot be reused is because it would conflict with the footprint of the approved new residence that is yet to be built. And lastly, for further clarification of terms in the staff report and attachments, the term seepage pit is also used synonymously for dry well, just in case you encounter those terms. And next slide, please. And we'll remain on this slide for a bit, and there isn't much more to the presentation. But before we get too deep, and for those not familiar, an OATS system or a septic system is comprised of 2 main components, the septic tank and the drain field. The septic tank separates liquids from solids and sends the treated liquid effluent to the drain field. On the south coast of Santa Barbara County, the most common types of drain fields are dry well systems and leach field systems. A dry well system uses covered, porous-walled underground chambers that allow treated wastewater from the septic tank to slowly soak into the ground, dissipating into the groundwater. A leach line system uses a series of perforated pipes to similarly seep treated wastewater from the septic tank into the soil. Dry wells are often used on constrained sites that do not have adequate area to install a leach field system or due to specific hydrologic, geologic, or soil conditions. And this slide shows the proposed utility plan. All of the components of the OATS system are color-coded. And Mr. Bolton, perhaps you could zoom in a little bit to the image. The yellow squares indicate the locations of the proposed new septic tank and new advanced treatment tank, excuse me. The location of the 3 existing dry wells are indicated as green dots. Plumbing for the system is indicated in red. The tanks along with the plumbing would be new installations. And again, the 3 existing dry wells are proposed to be reused. And as we remain on this slide, this is a coastal bluff-top property and a shoreline hazard evaluation was prepared for the original project. One of the purposes of such evaluation is to establish an appropriate setback from the coastal bluff edge. These are often generically referred to as geologic reports or geologic investigations. And in the slide image, there are 3 parallel dotted lines that extend the width of the parcel toward the bottom. The lower dotted line indicates the city-established coastal bluff edge, and the middle dotted line is the 25-foot coastal bluff edge development buffer established by the project shoreline hazard evaluation. And this was formerly known as the 75-year Sea Cliff Retreat setback under the old coastal land use plan, as some of you might be familiar with. And you can see the footprint of the residence abuts the second dotted line. And as such, all components of the proposed on-site wastewater treatment system would be positioned landward of this setback and also landward of the approved residence. The amendment to conditions request included several, the amendment to conditions request included several letters from registered engineering professionals. And these are included as attachments to the staff report. They provide a summary of the results of the existing dry well performance testing and verifies the general viability of the proposed system design. The letters also include the anticipated tier that the wastewater system would qualify for based on the Regional Water Quality Control Board's on-site wastewater treatment system policy. And it's important to note, as of 2017, all on-site wastewater treatment systems in the city that are repaired, replaced, or new are plan checked, permitted, and inspected by the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board office in San Luis Obispo. And next slide, please. And in addition to an amended project description, as provided in the draft revised resolution, a new condition would also be added. And I won't read through the whole thing. However, this is a standard condition, a standard city condition that requires connection to city sewer when city sewer becomes available to serve the subject parcel. And this would most likely extend up Cliff Drive from the east. And the applicant would be required to connect to the city sewer system within 1 year of being advised in writing that the sewer main is operable and available. And next slide, please. And to wrap up, to touch on CEQA, the original project was determined to be exempt from further environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines Section 15183. And the proposed project revisions would comply with standard requirements in place by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And therefore the approved project with the proposed revision would remain exempt under Section 15183. And as such, staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the proposed amendment consistent with the findings made on October 3rd, 2019, and approve the request. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dosolek. Now I'm going to ask Ms. Kokinda if there are any members of the public wishing to speak to the Planning Commission on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask if the applicant was going to say anything in addition before we go to public comment, or?
Yes, I would like to. I don't have a formal presentation, but I would like to add a little bit to the conversation.
And Ms. Jones, if you could identify your affiliation, because we don't see that on the screen.
Sure. My name is Heidi Jones. I'm the project planner for David and Barbara Moline. Thank you for reviewing this tonight. It's fairly straightforward. If the technician can go back to the planning exhibit that staff had, I would speak to that a little bit. As staff mentioned in their presentation, there isn't adjacent city sewer mains to connect to. When we started looking at this project, we realized that there is an opportunity to connect potentially to the existing private force main that was right next door. Which is also very appealing and more environmentally friendly for all of those reasons. Through the due diligence process, one second, it's the graphic exhibit that's more like a survey that had just a black line up through the properties. Yes, thank you. As we started getting into the dirt review process and coordinating and outreaching to the neighbors, and really identifying this force main's location, depth, and capacity to see if this was feasible. Everything was looking good. However, when this lateral was installed, it was directionally drilled and there weren't clear records as to its exact location. We understood that the property owner obtained an easement through Cliff Drive, through road encroachment, through 3408 Cliff Drive, up through the parcel to the north to Braemar. When we actually potholed and utility located the lateral, we come to find out that it actually crossed additional property boundaries. So our attempt to get 5 different parties to agree to a maintenance and easement agreement was challenging. And we just weren't successful in getting that done. So if anyone has technical questions about the system that is proposed, we have our civil engineer here to answer any of those. I did want to clarify just a little bit, as Robert did, that we are proposing a new septic tank and the advanced treatment system, which goes above and beyond what is required by Regional Water Quality Control Board. We think that's a benefit. Obviously, there is a preference to connect to city sewer should it ever be available on Cliff Drive in the future. And we're here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Now you can go ahead and turn your webcam off at this moment, and we'll invite you back shortly. But Ms. Kokinda, any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, if you would like to speak on this particular agenda item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel to indicate that you wish to speak. Please note that you only need to click the icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. At the moment, I do not see any raised hands. I'd like to ask Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence, and I'll keep monitoring.
Thank you, Ellen, and to the chair. Yes, we did receive written correspondence on this item, and it was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, still no raised hands, so please back to you.
Okay, thank you both. So I'll invite the commissioners to come online, please. And as I do, just to remind us that the required application today that we're considering is an amendment to conditions of approval, and to reference on page 8 of our staff report, and that's 8 of 48 in our package, we have findings under Roman numeral 9 that need to be made. Any questions from the commission to staff or the applicant?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Lodge, and then to Commissioner Higgins next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The letter that we received was from Heal the Ocean, and they said they object to any reuse of a septic system on the coastline, but it said they say at very least an advanced treatment system should be required with monitoring reports sent to the Regional Quality Control Board. With that last part of the, I understand that the advanced treatment system is proposed. Are monitoring reports to be sent to the Regional Water Quality Control Board?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Lodge. I'll ask Bruce Jones, our engineer, to confirm. I believe that through the Regional Water Quality Control Board permit process that there would be some follow-up required, but I am not 100% sure. So Bruce, if you're available, can chime in, please.
Yes, thank you. There is a requirement that we do an annual report to the Water Board. There is not a requirement that consistent monitoring be sent to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So there is some monitoring, but not a consistent report to be sent to the board.
I also would like to add one other clarification. While I know that this has been classified as reusing portions of the existing system, those portions are in good quality and able to be reused. So we don't feel that there's a need to further disrupt this coastal bluff property to replace any of that infrastructure when it's capable and able to do so now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Higgins, please, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is probably to staff, and maybe Ms. Ostranger. I don't know if she was counsel to us during the original project, but I don't recall that our findings for the original project really related to the utility connections. And that's what I was looking for in the staff report and our findings and the all conditions of approval. And I couldn't, it just wasn't standing out to me. So in other words, I guess my question is, we approved the project based on what was presented, and then what was presented changed, but I don't recall that, you know, we made much fanfare out of the sewer connection, and that wasn't really part of our findings. Can somebody on staff side comment on that, or jog my memory, or our memory?
Commissioner Higgins, that is also my recollection, is that this was not a point of discussion during the initial project review.
Okay, that's, you know, I guess my other question, thank you, was answered, and I did have a conversation with Ms. Jones last night. By the way, Madam Chair, that probably needed to be disclosed ahead of time, but what was told to me was, you know, over the phone last night was, you know, a little bit more detail about what the logistical issues are that are outlined in the letter in the staff report that are referenced there, but not really detailed. So I appreciate the background on that, that the, you know, coordination with property owners is the hang up, and some things you just can't isolate ahead of time when you're going through it. So I appreciate the response on that. So I don't have any further questions.
Very good. Who was next? Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple questions. You're going to reuse the seepage pits or the dry well, as Mr. Doslek pointed out. So how long have they been functional, and is there a life expectancy to them? I think that would be a question for the engineer.
Correct, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Wiscombe will ask Bruce Jones to weigh in on that.
I don't have the exact age of the existing seepage pits. I can try to look through the documentation that we have and see if I can get back to you with that.
Okay, so what, so you don't have the data on how long they've been functional. What's the life expectancy of seepage pits? Can you comment on that, Mr. Jones? Or are they indefinite?
The life expectancy is usually about 40 years. As far as how long they'll function for, it's going to be dependent on the site soil. We just redid a test of that site soil as part of this analysis for the new system, and we received an infiltration rate that was acceptable for continued use of this system. So at the time, currently, the existing system is capable of handling the load that we're looking to put into it.
Okay, fine, thank you. And then on the staff report on, there's just some language things I wanted to discuss here. The staff report, page 4 of 48, states that the existing septic tank will be appropriately abandoned. And then the draft revised resolution on page 1, which is 9 of 48, crosses out abandonment of existing septic system. So in other words, it implies that, and I understand it's the entire septic system, it's not the septic tank, the existing septic tank. And the draft revised resolution on page 4, which is 12 of 48, deletes the same verbiage. So, and then we get to Exhibit B, and I'm going pretty fast here, which is 23 of 48, page 23 of 48, which is the drawing, states that the existing septic tank to be abandoned by removing the top, perforating the bottom, and filling it with compacted earth. So shouldn't we have a statement in our draft revised resolution that talks about the proper abandonment of the septic tank, the existing septic tank? And I also wanted to ask about pumping it out prior to filling it with compacted earth? Because I didn't see a reference to that. And whenever I've dealt with a septic tank, that's the first thing you do is to pump it out. Maybe it's already been pumped out since the site is under construction. If you could comment on that.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Wiscombe, thank you. Yes, we can certainly add some additional language to clarify some of those factors of the septic system being abandoned versus the tank. However, I may defer to the applicant's engineer on what constitutes an appropriate septic tank abandonment. In this instance, it wouldn't be the entire system that would be abandoned, which was originally anticipated. So it would just be the tank. And
I understand. That's my questions are dealing with specifically the tank, since you're replacing the tank. And I was really kind of taken aback by the language in the draft revised resolution versus the engineered drawings about how you perforate the bottom, you remove the top, you perforate the bottom, you fill it with compacted earth. And there was no reference to actually pumping it out first. And so if the engineer could comment on that, that would be helpful.
Standard practice would be to pump the tank first. That was an oversight in language.
Okay, so we could add that.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. If I could just ask the applicants when they're speaking to please turn on your webcam just so we could see you. It's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so that's an oversight, and the drawing that you showed, we could actually refer to that drawing or put it in the conditions of approval that that's one of the steps, rather than it be appropriately abandoned, which is to me kind of vague. So yeah, I mean, that's always been my standard practice. I didn't know if it had changed over the years or not since I'm now retired, but that was always the first thing you did was pump it out. So, okay, that's fine. And then the draft revised resolution on page 6 requires, this is page 6, number 14, requires connection to sewer main when available. And I'm wondering if the work that's being done on the site now will require or involve, either word, any infrastructure during the construction for the future construction, so that it's clear that the infrastructure is there to connect to the city sewer when the sewer comes up. Is that part of the? Yes.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Wiscombe. There is no current plan to install that infrastructure. In speaking with Public Works staff, I think there has always been a larger plan to someday install infrastructure on Cliff Drive or through Cliff Drive. We don't know when that will ever happen. The condition of approval, I think, ensures that if that ever does happen in the future, that connection will be made. And at that time, the infrastructure would be put in place. Not knowing what that infrastructure will be, when it will be there, and then what standards are going to be in place at that time, just doesn't make sense to include that in the proposal right now.
Oh, okay, thank you for that answer. Okay, and then does the Planning Commission approve the revised resolution before the application is made to the Regional Water Control Water Quality Control Board for an on-site wastewater treatment system? So are we approving this prior to your application to the RWQCB?
Madam Chair and Vice Chair Wiscombe, staff can weigh in as well. We have already made our application to Regional Water Quality Control Board, and staff's recommending a condition of approval that would require we provide proof of that permit issuance to them.
Okay, thank you for that. And the advanced treatment system that's mentioned in Heal the Oceans letter, was that something that you added after the staff report? Because I didn't see that verbiage in our staff report or in our drawings or anything. So is this something, do you feel that you have satisfied Heal the Ocean's letter by installing an advanced treatment system?
Madam Chair and Vice Chair Wiscombe, my understanding that has always been a part of the proposal. Nothing has changed since we have made application and this has been prepared. Our engineer might be able to chime in a little bit more on that, but nothing has changed. It's always been a part of it.
Okay, Mr. Jones, did you have anything to add to that, or?
Madam Chair and Vice Chair, I believe that the original proposal was made with that advanced treatment system. The advanced treatment system was added through coordination with Regional Water Quality Control Board, just as an added measure for them to have comfort with what we're proposing.
And Madam Chair, Vice Chair Wiscombe, that is shown on the exhibit. I'm not sure where in your staff report. I have our plan up separately on my screen. It is called out in the project plan to have that advanced treatment system.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your answers to the questions, and that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Questions from other commissioners? No, okay. I just have one question. I want to come back to what I thought I understood Commissioner Higgins' question to be, but perhaps I just need clarification. There is reference in the staff report of the previously proposed connection to city sewer as both a volunteer agreement with the applicant, and the original project was conditioned on that connection to the city sewer system via a 4-inch sewer lateral and more, you know, et cetera. And this is in the staff report that Mr. Dostalek prepared. I thought I heard from Ms. DeBusk a different answer to Commissioner Higgins' question. I think it was Ms. DeBusk who answered that it wasn't part of the original project approval. But the way I'm reading the staff report, Ms. DeBusk?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, I would just, to clarify that, it was definitely part of the original project. I just didn't recall it being discussed by the Planning Commission at the meeting.
So it's just discussion, I see. Commissioner Higgins? Yes, thank you, Ms. DeBusk.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to be careful that we didn't, this is being presented as revised findings. And so I don't think that the revised findings, there's no conflict. It's kind of like, changes to projects happen all the time after you get further along after your initial permit. And so, but I just was looking back at it. It definitely was part of what was presented to us, but we didn't couch the approval based on the approval findings based on the septic
Right.
or sewer connection.
Right.
That was the answer that we got from this.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ostringer?
Yes, may suggest if it would make the commissioners feel more comfortable in section 1E on page 11 of 48, where it talks about the coastal development permit. It says the project is consistent. We could replace is with remains. The project remains consistent with the policies of the California Coastal Act as described in section B, or
Okay.
December 26, 2019 staff report. I don't know if that would.
Yeah, we have that up on the screen now, to what Ms. Ostringer is referencing.
Yeah,
To the project.
Right.
Again, Ms. Ostringer, please, now that we have that on the screen.
Of course. Thank you, Chair Schwartz. So I think it is acceptable as it's written. However, if the commission wanted to, it would feel more comfortable, we could say the project remains consistent with the policy of the California Coastal Act. Just replace is with remains.
That's excellent, Ms. Ostringer. I really appreciate you inserting yourself and offering that.
I would do that for both E1 and E2.
E1 and E2. Okay, I'm making a note right now. Good. Okay, any other questions? I don't see questions. Oh, yes,
Here's
Ms.
one.
Ostringer, sorry, I didn't mean
I
to.
actually think I changed it. The project is and remains consistent.
Oh, is and remains.
Yeah, I think that would really cover all of our bases.
Okay, that's intriguing, is and remains. Okay, I was just gonna put remains. Okay. All right, very good. Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we're on to the draft revised resolution, I would like to propose that we let's see, on page 1, which is 9 of 48, it crosses out abandonment of existing septic system, and I think that's misleading. I think we should say abandonment of existing septic tank. Because that's really what we're abandoning, is the septic tank itself. And then on page 4.
Commissioner Wiscombe, if you can hold on, Commissioner Wiscombe. Ms. Jones has her hand up. Ms. Jones, did you want to comment before we proceed?
Yes, please, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Wiscombe. My understanding, the reason that is redlined is because that is the original language that was in the resolution, as our intention was to abandon the existing septic system and connect to city sewer initially. So I believe that black line is correct in the way that it's written, and staff might want to weigh in on that.
Well, that's fine. I understand that then. I want to deal with conditions of the existing septic tank that's being abandoned. That's what I would like to deal with in our draft revised resolution, which includes pumping, which includes removing the top, which includes perforation of the base, and includes compacting, filling with compacted earth. That's what's shown on the engineering drawings. So I would like that to be made very clear in our revised, since we're abandoning the existing septic tank.
Ms. Ostringer?
Oh, sorry. And if I could suggest, I would say after the parens OTWS. Sorry, my dogs just barged in to create chaos. I would suggest that after the OW2TS that we say something along the lines of, and abandon the existing septic tank pursuant to Exhibit B of the staff report and consistent with all state and local laws and regulations. And Mr. Jones could weigh in if that would cover all of Commissioner Wiscombe's concerns.
Mr. Jones, is that who you were referring to, Ms. Ostringer? Yes.
Yes, Bruce Jones.
Mr. Jones, did you want to comment before we continue?
That all is consistent with what we're proposing for this project, yes, Madam Chair.
And just to add to that is one of the conditions by authority that it be pumped out first, because that's not on the drawing. Exhibit B is clear about what you do with it except for pumping it out first. So is that a state regulation, Mr. Jones, that we don't need to deal with?
Pumping is part of the standard state regulation as far as abandonment of an existing septic tank. That's correct.
That's fine. Then I'm fine with that. Thank you. And
Okay,
I like that language referencing Exhibit B, because that clearly shows what's to be done with the abandonment of the existing septic tank. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if the commissioners are in agreement, we'll utilize Ms. Ostringer's revised language there. Okay, so let's move to other comments to deliberations. Other comments? Should we just move to comments? Did you want to, was that it, Commissioner Wiscombe, on your part? Yes, okay. Comments, deliberations, we're gonna ultimately go to a vote, a motion and a vote. Comments, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Higgins, please.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that we don't have Ms. Hauser here to give some background in her letter. But I wanted to listen to that in person. I understand the complexities of having to deal with multiple third parties. And my day job, I have been in this situation before where you have something that pops up that's not consistent with what you represented for your discretionary. Usually there's some flexibility. Here in the coastal zone, we don't have that. So I understand that. You know, we would be holding this applicant hostage to the sort of ransom of other property owners, or more property owners than they thought. Now that homework should have been done ahead of time, but just sometimes you can't know it all ahead of your initial discretionary permit application. So I'm okay with it. I like the condition change that, you know, when the line is there, it shall be connected. So I'm okay with the project as proposed. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Other commissioners, comments, please. Anything at all? Commissioner Bonderson, you're next.
I'm just going to make a general statement that I'm comfortable with the project as it's been proposed, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I saw Commissioner Wiscombe's hand back up again. Did you want to further comments?
No, my only other comment is just the clarification that Ms. Ostranger gave to the draft revised resolution. And I'm very comfortable with the changes as they've been made. Thank you.
Okay, and I assume from what I heard, Commissioner Higgins is comfortable, Commissioner Bonderson is comfortable, no surprises when we go to a motion to vote. Okay. Commissioners Lodge and Escobedo, anything to add by way of comments? No. No, not from Lodge, nothing from Commissioner Escobedo. I don't have any other further comments myself. I'll be supporting the amendment to conditions of approval. So a motion, anyone like to make a motion? And second.
Make a motion to
Commissioner
approve
Lodge.
the project as written, as amended by staff and with the amendment by Ms. Ostranger. And
Okay.
that the findings and for the previous application still stand.
I second that. Or Commissioner Lodge can second it as well.
Okay, very good. So we have a first by Commissioner Higgins, second by Commissioner Lodge. Any discussion on that motion? Very good. Ms. Rydell, would you please do a voice vote?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed is absent, Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That motion passes unanimously with one absence.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rydell. Okay, very good. And there's a 10-day appeal on the commission's action on this item. Let's see, our last item is our administrative agenda, and that's committee and liaison reports. Is there a staff hearing officer liaison report, Commissioner Higgins?
We almost had a hearing yesterday, but it was continued.
My goodness. Okay, you're on a roll there.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, other committee and liaison reports, please. Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to report on the Water Commission. They held a special meeting on November 12th and another meeting this morning to receive comments from the commission on the draft enhanced urban water management plan. And as you recall from our PC meeting on October 15th, the long-term water supply plan and the urban water management plan are being merged into one document to be submitted to the Department of Water Resources every 5 years. And the next one is due mid next year in 2021. These meetings discussed in really great detail stakeholder engagement, existing portfolio management, future portfolio development, and triple bottom line analysis, which is new to the enhanced program, which considers social, environmental, and financial criteria for each portfolio, along with sensitivity and resiliency analyses for the future portfolio. So it was a pretty interesting but really in-depth presentation. So both of the commission presentations and discussions are available online for anyone that's interested in watching them. And there will be a presentation at City Council that I think will be probably more the Cliff Notes version, because both of these meetings were 3 hours long. And I think that's on December 8th. And that's all I have to report. Thank you. Oh, we do have a De La Guerra Plaza subcommittee meeting tomorrow, starting at 8:30 a.m. if anyone wants to watch that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other committee and liaison reports. Anything else from anyone? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Just wanted to say that I attended virtually, of course, Commissioner Lodge's talk with UCSB, and I actually invited a couple of my students to attend, and I just wanted to relay the message that they found it so interesting, and they had so many questions afterwards. So Commissioner Lodge, I might be sending some students your way if that's all right. And I just want to say, great job. It was so fascinating, and could not speak more highly about that Sunday afternoon. So that is all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Escobedo. I appreciate that. And I'll be happy to talk to your students.
Now,
Wonderful, wonderful.
I would like to know if it's been recorded so that we can share it.
It has, and I can send you the link.
I would love that.
Excellent.
We deserve to send
Great.
it to many more people to hear. It was wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
Good. Any other reports before I give a couple of readouts before we conclude? Okay. Don't see any hands up. Yesterday, Vice Chair Wiscombe and I participated in the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan Subcommittee meeting, and we took up a brief revisit of the timing and actions needed for our city's decisions on the large-scale protection devices. We also looked at our assumptions that are inherent in what are called near-term action recommendations. And we've divided a 10-year period into 2 5-year periods, looking at protecting the harbor, floodproofing El Estero, and other areas of the Shoreline Drive area that will be threatened. We looked at the role of the subcommittee moving forward. We think that there will be some role for a subcommittee, perhaps in the long term. It could be interdepartmental. A strong role for public education engagement the community is going to be very important as we continue to monitor all the plan. But we all agreed that public education, the public trust, public engagement is going to be a high priority. There were many questions about whether other entities have been engaged collaboratively with us in looking at sea level rise. Questions about Caltrans, the Union Pacific Railroad, SBCAG, and while we heard some positive news, it sounds that, for example, thus far, the railroad has not been actively involved with and collaborating. So that stood out in my mind as a key concern, because certainly it's going to affect the railroad and that that transit line. So with that, I'll also then briefly mention that Commissioner Higgins and I are going to attend the September 16th meeting of the reconvened Highway 101 HOV Design Subcommittee. You were supposed to
What was
fill out
that?
that doodle. You were supposed to fill out that doodle poll, Commissioner Higgins.
I did, but I think it's December, not September, right?
Yeah, December.
Okay, I misheard
Okay,
you.
we're past September. We're now looking ahead to December, right? And it's not next year, September. It's next month, right? December 16th. And so that's the 101 HOV Design Subcommittee for the last leg of this project that's going to make its way through Summerlin into Santa Barbara. So with that, those are my updates, and I don't see any other hands up for reports. So I think we're ready to adjourn. It's 5:55. I'm so pleased to announce we're right there just before 6 p.m. as was our goal. So with that, everyone have a safe evening and rest of the week until we meet again. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
Goodbye.